Hello and welcome to the Craig Jones Invitational, live from the Thomas & Mack Center here in Las Vegas.
It is without doubt the biggest weekend in jiu-jitsu. This is a historic moment. This is a landmark moment in the sport. If you're here in the house, you're here to witness it. If you're watching it at home, doesn't matter. This is going to be a special moment, and you will remember it for the rest of your lives.
What is Andrew Tackett doing?
That was high impact.
Hits the single, gets slung against the mat. Submitting Victor Hugo. Drives to the pit wall here.
Good work from Tackett. Relentless. Absolutely relentless.
No.
Straight up.
Submits Mateus Diniz in the very first round.
It's not just about the money, it's about the challenge. There is going to be a pre-CJI era and a post-CJI era.
It's the best bracket that's ever been assembled for jiu-jitsu.
He's a nice kid, but he's not very nice when he competes.
And write his name in that quarter-final slot. Not fighting grips, trying to... This is those wrestling scrambles and this cardio we were talking about.
Iran, he's on the rear naked.
Go ahead and get a quick word from her.
Not only are we awarding 2 elite athletes with $1 million each tonight, we'll also be elevating the sport of women's jiu-jitsu as a whole. And no, I'm not talking about the Craig Jones versus Gabby Garcia super fight, which is an iconic rivalry to say the least. I'm talking about the super fight matchup that no one saw coming. The #1 pound-for-pound grappler in modern-day jiu-jitsu, Ffion Davis, taking on the jiu-jitsu prodigy,
Divisions, looking forward to the action. Just can't wait. Really, really cannot wait.
The atmosphere, Brandon, has been quite something. And this alley and this rule set, wow, it showed up big time.
It did, and I feel like the alley walls did such a great job of doing exactly what jiu-jitsu needed. It's exactly what we needed. The atmosphere here with the fans was electric. The athletes brought it. And today we're giving away $1 million.
2 million. Oh, like right here. Look at that.
Let's go ahead and remind you guys of all the action that happened yesterday. We'll start in the under 80 kilo bracket. Obviously, tremendous amount of action there, guys. Give us your highlights of those matches.
One of the quickest and one of the most dramatic submissions in the lineup, I think, and a front runner for the submission of the event award. Levi looking on fire going through into the semifinal.
And then here comes Lucas Barbosa. What a day he had, including one of the most unexpected submissions. I mean, it's not that unexpected for Barbosa to get a big win, but for it to be a knee crush against Joe Chin, who saw that one?
On the other side of the bracket, Cade Ruotolo, of course, one of the very favorites. His win against ADCC champion Mateus Diniz in the opening round was nothing short of spectacular. And his match, the second against Tommy Langacker, was just pure entertainment, really was. Cade is looking on fire coming into this final, and he's still very much a heavy favorite. There's the straight ankle lock. I mean, you just do not see submissions like that very often, but you saw it right here at CJI. And then Andrew Tackett, I mean, what can we say about him? He just ran through 2 of the toughest guys in the bracket. His opening match against Nicky Ryan was so one-sided, but he did the exact same thing against Owen O'Flanagan, 2 very dangerous submission artists, and Andrew Tackett got very convincing decision wins in both of those matches.
That magic stick guard pass by Tackett, that was incredible.
Non-stop action from those under 80 kilos. That is the bracket as you see it. Those are going to be coming up a little bit later this evening. But first, we will have the over 80 kilo bracket. And the big boys put on a bit of action as well for us. Here's the highlights. Talk us through day #1 of the over 80 kilos.
Well, the main thing that happened in the over 80 kilos was Nicky Rodriguez came out and showed why he was the #1 seed. Came out, dominated his first match, dominated his second match, gets to the back against both of these big animal athletes, puts them away. Nicky Rodriguez looks like he's on a warpath. There he is. Insane.
Yeah, on the other side of that bracket, you've got Adam Bradley, who, for my money, is one of the surprise kind of breakout stars. I mean, beating Kyle Bain in the opening round by decision, and then following it up with a decision win over the very tough Pat Downey in the second round. I don't think anybody really anticipated seeing Adam Bradley go this deep into the tournament, but he's obviously got something special, and he'll need that going up against Nicky Rod.
And over on the other side of the bracket, talk about a surprise in the semifinals, Ignacio Santos. But he looked like he's a serious handful. Nobody could really do anything with him. You saw him out there with Boom Boom, took care of that match. Then he goes out and takes out Lucas, who just had arguably one of the biggest upsets that we've seen in grappling in a long, long time. Ignacio Santos looking like a banger.
Felipe Andrew, I mean, there's no surprise that he advanced through. He is one of the very best submission artists in the world. He wasn't able to tap out Dan Kirkleet in the opening round, but he did manage to display some extremely refined jiu-jitsu. And then the second round against the big man, João Gabriel, it was a war of attrition, but Felipe Andrew was able to sort of basically just hunker down, withstand the storm, go after those submission attacks, and get the decision win. That puts him into the semi against Ignacio Santos.
Yeah, here is your bracket for the over 80 kilos. Some big boys, some big technique, some fireworks for sure. Of course, guys, that's not all the action we've got for you this evening. We've got two super fights coming up. We've got to get a quick word on both of them. Mackenzie Dern, Fionn Davis. It really is the most prestigious and high-profile women's super fight jiu-jitsu's ever seen.
It is, and it's even more intriguing because we have something of a clash of generations. Now, they're not that far apart in actual age. However, Fionn Davis is the current reigning pound-for-pound #1 female grappler in the world today, without any doubt. And Mackenzie was very much a star around about 2015, 2016, top of the jiu-jitsu world, but then 2017 decided to focus on her UFC career and has been doing extremely well. And they've never, ever met in a grappling match until right here today at CJI. We're going to see that happen.
Yeah, Brandon, Fionn Davis, you know, she is the pound-for-pound best right now. Nobody can seem to touch her. She's so physical, so dominant, and of course the reigning ADCC champion.
And she's good in every single position. She's good on the feet. Her guard passing, honestly, some of the best in the entire sport. Take out the man or woman thing. Fionn is absolutely one of the pound-for-pound best jiu-jitsu athletes on the planet.
Of course, we also have the namesake of this whole endeavor, Craig Jones. He is taking on the first ever intergender super fight against the absolute mountain that is Gabby Garcia. Now, look, we've been playing this up. It's a lot of fun, but hey, we saw yesterday with Gabby Garcia in the booth talking to us. It's serious for her. And she, you know, she's got some kind of oomph about her.
Gabby's not playing around. She really thinks she's going to come in here and beat Craig Jones. And I tell you what, she's got the size advantage. She's got the height advantage. She's got the championship advantage. She's got all the advantages going in against Craig Jones, except for the fact that she's not Craig Jones.
Yeah, Craig, you know, I mean, he's making history this weekend here in more ways than one. Not only is he putting up $2 million so that the athletes can walk out of here with the biggest payday ever seen.
We love it. We know you folks at home love it. And we've got a fantastic evening in store. We're going to get things kicked off. Let's go ahead and meet Alex one more time with this special report.
Backstage, and this matchup, although it is not between teammates per se, Nicky Rodriguez and Adam Bradley are very familiar with each other. Adam has gotten plenty of work at B Team in the past and even trained there at the end of July for this fight camp. Before CJI was announced, he was involved in the controversial moment at the West Coast Trials where he wasn't awarded points. And it was Nicky Rod in his corner telling him to get his head back in the game and to keep fighting. While mutual respect is present, all friendship is aside with this matchup, because as we all know, there is $1 million at stake.
So, 10 of the tape for our opening semi-final here in the over 80 kilo category. It's Nick Rodriguez, those two submission wins, booking his spot tonight against Adam Bradley. And how these guys, they know each other reasonably well.
They do. They've definitely, they've trained together quite a lot inside the B Team there in Austin, Texas. And, you know, training is training, competition is competition. So for those people who are familiar maybe with how those rounds have gone in the gym, don't expect the same thing necessarily to happen here in the alley, because Adam Bradley is, you know, he's fighting for $1 million here. You know, he's fighting for his reputation. Nicky Rod is the overwhelming favorite, no doubt about it, but Adam Bradley has a lot to fight for.
The thing with Adam Bradley, he's notoriously hard to submit. Like, that's the thing that everybody who spent time on the mat says about him. Like, you just can't put him away. Nicky Rod, he's on a warpath this weekend. He's looking to put everybody away. I think he's going to come out here with vengeance in his heart, and he's looking to erase Adam Bradley from history.
Well, let's see what we can expect from the #1 seed in Nick Rodriguez. This is your first bout of the evening, Nick Rodriguez and Adam Bradley.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the Thomas and Mack Center as we get set for day 2 of the inaugural Craig Jones Invitational. We're set now here on the event floor to kick off the semi-final round, and we'll do it first with the over 80 kilogram division for a chance to compete in that $1 million championship fight. We welcome to the alley first. They're scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. This is the fighter representing B Team Jiu-Jitsu, fighting out of San Diego, California, Adam Bradley. And now, entering the alley with 2 consecutive submission victories in day 1 competition, he represents B Team Jiu-Jitsu out of Austin, Texas. He is the 2-time ADCC silver medalist. Please welcome Nicky Rod, Nick Rodriguez.
Well, Nick Rodriguez returns focused and locked in, as you described it, Hal.
I've never seen him this focused. You know, Nick Rodriguez, one of his strongest weapons has always been his mentality. And, you know, he has a great athletic mindset. He's a true competitor. But this weekend, we're seeing a different version of Nick Rodriguez.
Let's see how fast we get a guard pull from Adam Bradley, or if he's going to try and keep it on the feet with the former Division III wrestler. It was Nicky Rod's wrestling that helped him get such good recognition early on in his jiu-jitsu career.
You know, if there's one advantage that Adam has in this match is that he knows exactly what to expect. The time that they've spent in the training room together, now I just want to confirm that they are technically representing the same team, but it's not like they're daily training partners. They train together occasionally when Adam is in Austin, Texas, but they've done plenty of rounds together. So Adam knows the patterns. Adam knows what to expect. He's going to be able to see what Nick Rodriguez is setting up before it even comes. However, Nick Rodriguez is so difficult to score on, and whether Adam has the tools to do so remains to be seen.
Well, there's a guard pull from Adam Bradley, and Brandon, this is a position we see him in so frequently, carrying all that weight onto his opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really what Adam's going to be known for, is getting into his deep half guard. He's a great open guard player. He's good at making moves to the back, but if he's going to have a path to victory, he's going to have to get out of this pressed up, clinching game that Nicky Rod's going to try to press him down into. Nicky Rod's going to try to get close. He's going to try to lock his hands around the waist.
He's already getting that inside position.
And check out how Adam addresses that by putting his hands on his hands. You can't lock my body if I lock your hand.
That's a really interesting little wrist grip that Adam Bradley's got from the bottom there, of course, trying to fight the oncoming body lock attempt of Nick Rodriguez, the pass he's been using most common of late.
I mean, it's part of his A game, and Adam knows that. Adam knows that if Nicky Rod can get that chest-to-chest connection from that kind of grip, then it's really, really difficult to hold him off. But that's not all that Nick Rodriguez has. You'll see it as he goes. He started to combine a little more of this camping position with the inside position, with the body lock position, with also kind of J-point style high stepping. And he's developed this interesting series that he's mixing them all together, and it's quite effective.
He's putting a lot of weight down there on Bradley. Check out the strong, technical jiu-jitsu of Nicky Rodriguez.
It's almost a full plank leaning his weight on top of him. And guys, we know from the matches we saw yesterday, you know, you can really win these rounds from the bottom position, but you've got to be the one initiating attacks and forcing the guy on top to have to defend.
Nicky Rod makes an aggressive move to the inside. He's almost past the knee line on the other side.
You said about Adam having to carry the weight. I mean, there's a pretty big weight difference. It's around about, I think, 13, 14, 15 pounds weight difference between them. Adam is not, small in comparison, but Nicky Rod makes anybody look small.
And this body lock, Nicky Rod got exactly what he wanted, and Adam found himself exactly in the position that he didn't want to find himself in, playing the half guard, trying to fend off this clinching, passing style of Nicky Rodriguez.
You know, Bradley had to fight his way in the quarterfinals yesterday past another accomplished wrestler in Pat Downey. That was a very close match that he was able to use his guard play to get the decision win, but different ball game up against Nicky Rod right now.
Yeah, I mean, Nick Rodriguez is not just a wrestler, right? Of course, that's his background, that's where he started, and he definitely used that to good effect early in his career, but he's a black belt now. And he has black belt level technique. It's what we're kind of seeing here. It's a slow, methodical progression. It's not that explosive athleticism like he used early in his career. This is real jiu-jitsu.
Of course, he can always go to that explosive athleticism on the back end if he needs to.
Here's the cross face, the head and arm now. Nicky really starting to get Adam flattened out. This is going to turn into a real problem for Adam if he doesn't find a way to off balance and bust that body lock open.
I like the way that Nick Rodriguez, though, is actually figure forward his legs from top. You know, he's now he's putting the instep on the inside of the thigh. He'll try and withdraw that trapped leg. There he goes.
Heavy pressure all the way up. Now passing into this. Oh,
we're saved it. Into the final minute here.
That was a nice late recovery from Adam Bradley. There was danger of him getting mounted there, but he managed to kind of get that knee back between his thighs.
This has been a very controlling round for Nick Rodriguez so far, probably looking towards a 10-9 on the judges' scorecards under our criteria. No, crazy explosive offense. Adam Bradley not in insane amounts of danger, but on the back foot very much for the full extent of this round so far.
Well, he's not in an insane amount of danger right now, but what he is in danger of is getting himself worn out over the course of 2 or 3 rounds. And that's the thing that Nicky Rod brings to the table. He's got a pace, he's got a clinching style that forces you to bear his weight. Like Bradley's flat on his back trying to deal with this big animal. And look, he survived the first round, but he's not going to be able to stay alive like that for very long.
Yeah, final 10 seconds just expiring here. We're going to go back to the corners. They're going to get a minute to recuperate. And a good early round for Nick Rodriguez to dictate the pace and the position of this one. Let's take a look back at some of the replays of this first round. Talk us through it, gents.
Here comes Nicky circling through and getting that cross face for the first time. That starts to really put a lot of pressure down on Adam. He did a good job of circling his hand back to the inside, trying to create a frame. You can see with his left hand, he was trying to dig through, hoping maybe he could find his deep half guard, but Nicky's pressure is just too much for him to deal with.
Adam did a good job there of, while Nick was trying to free his leg, he almost kind of was going to the deep half and then came back into the regular half. And Nick Rodriguez, look at that poise. It's just the poise of the man, He's just, I'm telling you, this is a different Nicky Rod. His mentality has evolved. I'm not sure exactly what he's been working on to get to this level, but we're seeing just something different here.
There are the scores for you confirmed on the screen. 10-9s across the board from our 3 judges. Ali's side for this one.
Oh, Dark Choke is in.
He bails out well. Uses it as a guard pull effectively in the end.
Adam did a good job of getting his head out of that and getting back into this knee shield position here. And I think this will serve him better than the traditional half guard that he was playing earlier, but still. Look at the way that Nicky Rod is driving his head into that inside position against the ribs. But
again, Adam controlling the hands. If he can control that hand, Nicky can't put the hand around the waist, but as he loses his control, here it goes.
Oh, there we go. Grip secured, body lock underway. He's going to slowly step up.
That was a good save. Adam reached around looking for the guillotine choke or at least some sort of chin strap to try to control him. And as Nicky popped his hips around to the other side, Adam switched hips.
Well, look for
guard on the other side.
Look for Rodriguez to try and step over that left knee of Adam Bradley. He's going to fold the knee right in against the hip. There we go. And Bradley going scoop grip here in defense.
That's all we want. Excellent.
Okay, trying to work his way into the deep half guard, but the cross face of Nicky Rod stops it, shuts him out.
This is a lot tighter than the same position that they were in the first round. Nick Rodriguez is a lot further forward, and you can see the weight goes through, and he's into the mat. round, and he's already getting that elbow nice and high to try and work maybe head and arm choke here.
Check out that technical detail that Nicky Rod just applied, adjusting the head of Adam Bradley so he could put the arm in a better position. Makes him look away from the locking side of the choke.
No,
Nick's gonna cook him right here.
Yeah, Rodriguez bearing the weight down, trying to get the finish in the second round here, looking for the head and arm.
Grabbing that wrist as well. It could go for the key lock from this position too.
Well, taking his time, applying the squeeze here.
Well, Bradley's tough. Bradley's not the kind of guy who will tap easily to a choke. It has to be absolutely locked in, and that forearm on the side of his head is enough to kind of take a little bit of the pressure on the head and arm choke off. But, I mean, he's just absolutely stapled to the mat right here.
This is a pretty solid attempt on this arm triangle, and he hasn't even really gotten into his squeezing mechanics yet. He's pretty good position with his right shoulder here. He's going to try to he's going to take a run at it. That was nice job.
Would you
not overcommitting to it.
Yeah, you like the fight IQ of Nicky Rod to realize there was space, readjust.
I do, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Nick possibly, there he goes. I think he's gonna end up bailing on the arm triangle, and he's gonna withdraw, and I think he's gonna go high. He's gonna walk his hips up higher, and he's maybe gonna look for separation from the elbows, try and go maybe mounted triangle, or force a back turn.
Well, this is a very bad spot for Adam Bradley, and he's been here for some minute and a half, 2 minutes now. A little bit of a smother coming in from Rodriguez, making it all the more unpleasant. And of course, that right elbow isolated up is all kinds of trouble.
As that elbow of Adam Bradley slips out of position, the back exposure is going to come more and more.
Oh, we're gonna get a muffler choke here.
Oh, there it is.
Good call, Howell. You called that one.
Yeah, he managed to get a little bit of separation. It's not perfect because the arm is kind of tucked inside, but it's definitely enough to get the finish here.
Oh, big mounted triangle attempt.
He's going to go for the arm bar. He can get that free. He's going to finish this.
Looking for the triangle. He rolls over onto his back. Adam Bradley trying to stack his way out of it.
Nick Rodriguez has a great triangle choke finish from this position. We've seen him use it before. He is moments away from finishing this match right here, but Adam Bradley is so tough.
Bradley digging deep, trying to stop that arm coming across. Big, slow squeeze from Rodriguez.
Hey, and a calm squeeze from Nicky Rodriguez, not burning himself out here, waiting for the right moment to apply.
This is some of the more technical jiu-jitsu we've seen in a competitive setting from Nicky Rod, looking to adjust here.
He's got the arm. He's managed to get the arm that was inside the triangle. He managed to free it, and Adam had managed to open his elbow up and away to give himself some space inside that triangle, but Nicky Rod has addressed that.
Oh, and he escapes! How tough is Adam Bradley? Big power double from Nicky Rod, sits him straight back down.
Rodriguez is on a mission.
Wow, I mean, look, we're on track for a 10-8 here, right, guys? I think we're all in agreement.
Yeah, clearly 10-8. I mean, there may be even there's an argument for a 10-7, considering how deep both the katakatame and the triangle choke were. But look at this. I feel that if Nick Rodriguez can keep walking around like this, he may get back exposure.
Adam doing a good job with his left elbow frame right now, but he's going to have to bail on that as he turns the corner. There's the exposure.
Yeah, he's got to defend the back take here. Rodriguez, again, bearing all that weight down.
As we said, it's a lot of weight. That's 230+ pounds on your back right there. But Adam Bradley, he's going to survive, and he's going to take Nicky Rod into the third round. And this is the first time that we've seen Nicky Rod go to the third round so far in this tournament.
Well, time expires. A moral victory, perhaps, in defense for Adam Bradley, but Nicky Rod very much in the driver's seat right now. Replays of this second round.
That instant snap down and quickly applying that Darce choke got me excited for a second. Adam able to posture up and get out of there. But this was the moment that I thought Nicky Rod might stay here and cook for a little bit. Thought Adam might have been in some bad trouble, but again, he's just so hard to submit.
Yeah, scores that have come in, you'll see them on the screen in just a second. That is obviously pretty clear who took that one, and this is why. I mean, that triangle's so deep. Adam did a good job of just a couple of adjustments from bottom to save him, but very, very one-sided round.
So scores coming your way now, and you can see a 10-7 from Judge Chris Crail, and the criteria for that is absolute domination with repeated tight submission attempts.
No argument.
Yeah, that fits the criteria for sure. And I like that we're sticking with this idea that 10-8s and 10-7s are a lot more possible. This is good.
So 2016, 2017, 2017 are the scores across the board for these three judges. That means assuredly Adam Bradley is going to have to submit Rick Rodriguez somehow in this third round.
You see Adam baiting him single, though. Adams literally was asking him, yeah, it's okay, take me down. He was standing and he was almost offering himself.
I mean, Brandon, what's the route to victory for Bradley if he is going to find a submission, do you think?
Man, it's very narrow, whatever that route is right now, because Nicky's dominating him like everywhere that the fight takes place. I would have told you earlier that Bradley's best chance was to get underneath him and sweep him, use his deep half guard, maybe that famous waiter sweep that he's got. But that's not going to really lead him towards a submission because he's going to have to pass Nicky's guard and he'll just stand right up. I mean, Nicky's all over him.
Well, Rodriguez has barreled him against the alley wall here. He's looking to pass the guard again. We haven't quite got a good angle on the left-hand side of the inside fighting that these two are doing here. But it'd be interesting to see how the alley wall is going to affect the passing attempt of Rodriguez here.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to pass over to his right just based on the leg positioning. Look at that. That was just gorgeous hip work. Fantastic by Nicky Rodriguez.
Marching his way up to side control now. Tight waist grip. Trying to just find some space. But this is what you're seeing. He's having to account for that 45-degree angled wall of this alley structure.
This is a very uncomfortable position for Bradley as this crossface starts to apply.
You don't have anything to lose here, Trav.
That's interesting. You hear Adam's corner saying you don't have anything to lose here. It's true, he doesn't. But what are you going to do on bottom, wedged up against the wall with Nicky Rod on top of you? Not a lot is the answer.
Hail Mary, try and go out on your shield, perhaps. But Rodriguez interrupting that breathing again with that smother, that kind of muffler choke as he moves around to mount once more, dropping those hips in deep.
Oh, and he's going to figure four his legs from this position as well. That's rough.
Bradley, there's that shut pass with the elbow. Bradley pulls the elbow back across.
Man, that's a heavy mount. That is a very, very heavy mount.
I think we're going to see Nicky Rod go back to this arm triangle right here. I think he felt that something was cooking, and if he could just get him back into this position when he's a little more tired. Here's the back take, maybe.
Well, we've got about 2.5 minutes left in this third and final round. Rodriguez again in this mount position, looking to go to work up top on Bradley.
Unders. This is going to get really ugly if he gets this other elbow put up above his head.
Man, that gift wrap is so demoralizing to get caught in that because it just eliminates half of your defenses, and it's a really miserable position to get caught in. There's possibly even a wrist lock there. You can see Nicky Rod driving through.
Yeah, you gotta like how the chest is behind the tricep. He lowers his weight, he presses forward, it just keeps inching it tighter and tighter.
Nice transition to the back and straight to the body triangle. Those long legs of Nick Rodriguez. Oh, he goes really.
He can finish that.
Rodriguez under the neck, big squeeze, looking to book his place in the final, and he does. Nick Rodriguez gets his third submission of the Craig Jones Invitational.
3 matches, 3 finishes, and one step closer to $1 million.
3 rear naked chokes also. Totally dominating his opposition, passing the guard, taking the back. Absolutely demoralizing him, dismantling their defense.
Can we talk about the fact that he's not really celebrating? He's just gone straight back like one more, go to work.
Job's not done. Job is not done. He's only 75% of the way there. There's still one more match to come later, and Nick Rodriguez knows that.
Beautiful chair sit with that gift wrap all the way around to the back, instantly to the body triangle. And once Nicky Rod gets that big arm wrapped up around your neck or your face, really anything underneath your eyebrows.
He got it right. He got it nice and clean underneath the chin, though, when you actually see the angle of it. He did get it under the jaw. And Adam was tough. He could have maybe just stuck on a little bit longer, but it went underneath and it was done.
Such a big squeeze. It's no wonder that Adam Bradley was forced to tap in that position. Let's go ahead and get the official announcement from our first bout of the evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's first semifinal that comes to an end with 1 minute 48 seconds remaining in the contest by submission. He'll now advance to the CJI $1 million championship. Nicky Rod, Nick Rodriguez.
Well, Well, Nick Rodriguez, your first of the two competitors who will be vying for that $1 million. He's going to get a word with Alex Wendling.
Nick Rodriguez, you are 3 for 3 in the submission department. How does it feel? I know Adam Bradley's tough, but it looks like you can't be stopped.
Feels good. I'm just living in the moment, appreciating every second I get to compete out here and enjoying it.
And when you had that triangle attempt in the second round, I ran into your brother, J-Rod. He's here right now, and he just got a RNC finish as well. So what's it like knowing that your brother's here and you guys are both running the high of winning?
Hey, breaking faces runs in the family. What can I say?
That is the Rodriguez brothers for you. Headed on into the championship. Go ahead and advance your name.
Breaking faces and breaking hearts. The Rodriguez brothers dominating Las Vegas all weekend long.
I do love this whole moment of having somebody write their name in the next slot along. Guys, Nick Rodriguez came into this one as the #1 seed. He looked dominant through the first 2 matches, incredibly dominant in third. He's got to be the favorite going into the finals, right?
Without a doubt. Without it. Whoever comes through on the other side of this bracket, whether it is Inacio Santos or Felipe Andrew, they are 100% the underdog.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Santos, look, he looked great, but I think we're all a little bit surprised to see him in the semis. I don't think anybody's that surprised to see Felipe Andrew in there, but man, for him to have to deal with Nicky Rod in the final.
Just look at the performances as well. I mean, compare Nick Rodriguez, 3 matches, 3 submission finishes. Whereas on the other side, Inacio Santos, 2 decision wins. Felipe Andrew, 2 decision wins. This is a very, very different story. The one side of the bracket to the other, and Nick Rodriguez is just firing on all cylinders.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see who meets Rodriguez. We're going to find out very shortly, but first, here's Alex Wendling. She is with our special guest, Renato Laranja.
Mr. 27-time BJJ World Champion, Renato Laranja.
I love you too.
This feels really unreal. It's everyone in here loves you so much.
Well, I built this sport from the ground up. Oh God, I'm getting misty-eyed from this. And I know you're excited from me.
I'm very excited for you, but I know that you're even more excited for Gabby Garcia versus Craig Jones, but you're cornering Craig Jones.
I know. You know, what can I do? This is a classic matchup of a Davy and Gabayev, porra. Oh. And, you know, I feel like, you know, it's like a ABC Wild World of Sport, you know? It's the thrill of victory and the agony of Gabby's speech.
And a little bit of jealousy, no? Because I feel like there was a little bit of connection between you guys, and since she rejected you, now you're trying to spite her by being in Craig Jones' corner, no?
I wouldn't go that far, sweet cheeks. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
All right.
And meanwhile, what it feels like, you know, you've been surrounded by all these alfalfa male. And finally, you're here with a better male here. I mean, better one than that one.
Yeah, you're definitely bringing that Brazilian energy, and there's a lot of action that we're seeing tonight. I even saw in this beginning of the show, you were trying to convince Craig Jones to not give away that $1 million. I mean, what would you use that $1 million for?
Well, I wanted to hold on to that. I'm going to save that for safekeeping, porra, because these guys is young. They don't know what they're doing. I'm going to put it in a Hoth IRA for them, caralho. Okay? And I'm going to put it and keep it under my bed. Speaking of my bed, I'm staying at the Hyatt, what do you call that one? Hyatt Place, porra. It's not the fucking best, but, you know, it's okay. It's going to do the trick.
So you're saying you're going to host the after party for Gabby Garcia and Craig Jones after a crazy, crazy win?
I'm host the after party, cara. You invited too if you play your fucking cards high, cara.
All right, we're testing my luck here, but, you know, we have Craig Jones versus Gabby Garcia, and I know that this match means a lot to you. You weren't here yesterday during our 9.5-hour broadcast, but why was it so important for you to come here today?
Well, first of all, they couldn't afford me, porra, for 2 days. That's prohibitively expensive. But, you know, I came here because I'm getting paid, first and foremost. And then second, you know, it means a lot to prove that man's easy better than Sasquatch. No, I'm kidding. No, Gabby's gorgeous. And she's a lovely lady. But it's trying, look, Craig is in trouble. And without me there, he's dead on the water.
It's definitely going to be a tough test. You're
Yeah.
going to be here also for that Miata giveaway. So you're going to witness a lot of action going down tonight in the Thomas and Mack Center. CJI fans, make sure you look around for those QR codes as well, because we have a special anonymous donor matching every dollar that you match, and also the CEO of Kasai Grappling, Rich Byrne, willing to match every dollar. So even if you put $1, all of you, it'll really add up and support. So make sure you do that, partnered with Tap Cancer Out. How do you feel about that?
Well, would it kill you to donate a couple dollars to your fucking Uncle Hanachi, porra?
Freaking selfish people.
Let me to hear you. Look at the ones on the cheap seats, everybody here. Okay. All right, well, I don't want to run out of energy here. I got to save some stuff for later for you guys and for Gahabi. And when she gotta pay the piper, so
yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and hop this up now. Okay.
Say goodbye to Nato Loranje,
Okay.
and make sure you guys enjoy the show. Let's go, CJI 2024.
Thank you, Nato, and thank you, Alex. So, guys, Craig Jones, Gabby Garcia, we have this super fight coming up a bit later, and we really don't know what's going to happen. We just don't. We can talk about the accolades all day long, and quite frankly, Gabby has far more of those accolades than Craig does, but you really never know.
Craig Jones is one of the most unpredictable personalities in the entire sport of jiu-jitsu, and you really never know what he has planned. I mean, who would have thought a couple of months ago that he had this planned? Just a complete game changer of an event. But once he got planned for the match, there is absolutely no telling. We've asked him, and he's given us absolutely no clue as to what to expect. It's going to be a surprise.
You know, I think one of the cool storylines that's come out of all of this is how much everybody has grown to love Gabby Garcia in the lead up to this. Like, everybody online, everybody that I've talked to, they're like, you know what? I love Gabby. She's such a good sport, and she's doing a great job of hyping this thing up. And listen, Gabby came here to win. Like, it's a spectacle, it's a whatever kind of match. Gabby came here to win. She believes that she's going to beat Craig Jones.
I'll say this, though. I'll say this, that whatever happens, we're going to see a Craig Jones special.
Absolutely.
Which, incidentally, is also what Brandon and I are wearing. These are the Oscar and Frank Craig Jones special glasses you may have heard of. So thank you very much to the guys for hooking us all up.
Guys, so you heard from Alex that everything you donate tonight to the Fair Fight Foundation, ticket sales, merch sales, all the donations directly, they're going to go help support our fantastic charities, including Tap Cancer Out and Academy Christos and a whole host of others. What they're also going to do is enable us to keep putting on events like this and keep paying these athletes fairly. And one of the other things we're able to offer them through our partner, Newtonic, is a $50,000 bonus for submission of the event. And what you're seeing on your screen now is some of those potential candidates. Guys, what sticks out for you with these replays?
Well, I mean, look at this one. This was one of the most shocking for me. I mean, we all know that Lucas Canard's heel hook against Victor Hugo was possibly the biggest upset. But in terms of just sheer shock value and surprise, and also execution of really nice jiu-jitsu skill, Lucas Holtz Barboza, calf crush, knee crush, whatever you want to call it, against Joseph Chen is a front runner for the submission of the weekend, but also so is this.
I mean, this freaking, in a lot of ways, has been about the rise of Levi Jones-Leary. Coming in with this brand new leg lock game, taking out Jimenez, great win over Ty Rotolo. Look at this.
And then Nick Rodriguez, I mean, his third rear naked choke in as many matches. I mean, there's a lot of good candidates. I'm also going to include Kate Ruotolo's footlook on that one as well.
So just a reminder, that submission of the event, $50,000 bonus is made possible by our partners at Newtonic. Fuel your focus with an viral productivity hack. Newtonic, formulated to optimize cognitive function by enhancing focus, concentration, memory, energy, and mental clarity to help you tackle your work with a sharper mental edge. Thank you to our partners, Newtonic, for their support this evening. Well, we're going to move on to our second of the semifinals in the over 80 kilo category. First, here is Alex Wendling. She's going to get a word about Felipe Andrew.
Yes, Felipe Andrew is an IBJJF world champ, and many people were skeptical of how his skills would translate to the elite no-gi scene. But after day one, it is fair to say it translated very well. Felipe Andrew came to the States with his wife, his biggest supporter, and she is in the stands now cheering him on to win that milli, which he said he'd use to help his mother, who struggled health-wise recently, and he'd love nothing more than to take care of her. But Ignacio Santos has similar motivations, and we are going to see that passion and hunger for a better life show out on the mats today.
Tail of the tape for this second semi-final. Ignacio Santos, a little bit heavier than Felipe Andrew coming in, but Santos probably going to look to use that top position. But we've seen, guys, the sniper-like guard qualities of Andrew.
Felipe Andrew, I gotta say, his triangle choke has been a threat all weekend. He hasn't managed to land it just yet, but not for lack of trying and the speed at which he throws it up. Ignacio Santos is gonna need to be very, very careful. That's probably Felipe's primary weapon so far in this tournament, but Ignacio Santos is just a block of a human being. Big neck, big shoulders, not the easiest guy in the world to throw a triangle on.
And he's a guy who knows how to win also. He's not here on accident. This guy's a trials winner. This guy's in the semifinals because he took out 2 people yesterday. He's got a good chance to make this happen against Felipe Andrew. So if Andrew can't get into one of his, I guess, killer submissions, like that straight ankle lock or that triangle that we almost saw a couple of times yesterday, I see a very strong possibility of Santos advancing to the finals against Nicky Rod here.
Well, let's see how it's going to play out. This is the second of your over 80 kilo semifinals. It is Ignacio Santos and Felipe Andrew.
Here at the Craig Jones Invitational, we'll stay right here in the over 80 kilogram division to conclude their semifinal round. We're set for 3 5-minute rounds as we introduce first to the alley, representing Alliance San Diego, the 2024 IBJJF World Champion by way of Brazil. He's fighting out of San Diego, California, Felipe Andrew. And now, to the alley, representing Atos Jiu-Jitsu by way of Brazil, the ADCC South American Trials winner, fighting out of San Diego, California, Ignacio Santos.
Ignacio Santos, the second of these 2 competitors to make the walk here. Won Brazilian trials earlier this year. Went through 5 matches that day. Pretty good record overall, 53-12 as a black belt. Had 2 very different types of matches earlier though. Pedro Alex, big bruiser in the opening round, and then the technical guard play of Lucas Canard after that. He's up against guard play of a totally different sort again in Andrew tonight.
And you know, one thing I have to mention about Ignacio Santos is that he's slow and steady, but he just kind of keeps on rolling, you know. It's very difficult to disrupt his momentum. He kind of maintains the same pace from the very start to the end of the match, and it's really difficult for him, well, to disrupt that rhythm. He doesn't seem to tire.
He's also phenomenally strong. He's a powerlifter on the side, has a 1,571-pound total.
Is that all?
That's insane. It's a 500-pound squat, a 400-pound bench, and a 650-pound deadlift.
I mean, he looks it. He looks it, but there, look at this. The counter wrestling from Felipe Andrews. Just, again, I think we said this about Ignacio Santos, but wrestling against him is like trying to go up against a brick wall.
Yeah, Santos.
Oh, check out Andrew walk up the wall.
He might get launched here. Oh, good defense to keep that leg down.
Nice footwork from Felipe Andrew and circling out. This is the best thing about having this alley like that. You get to see really interesting exchanges.
That was so cool. Santos picked up that leg pretty easily a couple of times. So be interesting to see if he can make that same pickup out in the middle.
I really thought there was a chance that Santos was going to walk underneath him and just send him flying there, but the fast feet of Andrew saving him as he was able to circle out off this alley wall.
Yeah, if you can deadlift over 600 pounds, picking up Felipe Andrew's leg is probably not that difficult. The problem is that unlike a fixed barbell, Felipe Andrew's running around and trying to get out of that grip and proving to be elusive. But I think that playing this guard is kind of a smart strategy, and going for the legs even more so.
Not good if you're Santos. Andrew's got this murderous straight ankle lock.
Yeah, immediately collecting the legs, inverting under, looking to get the ankle lock here.
Can't quite see it if Felipe Andrew has a grip. He does. He has
but
something.
the heel's out here. He's got to make the transition.
Oh, he's going for this
calf crush on the back. Oh, and he's going to find the back off it anyway. Beautiful scramble from Andrew to get to top position.
And this is going to be a real problem for Dos Santos now.
Man, this is the first time we've seen anybody really do effective jiu-jitsu against Ignacio Santos. Somebody was actually able to get underneath him and to use a guard and to use the leg entries and to force this kind of position. That's great work from Felipe Andrew.
Brandon, what's the route to break down someone of this stature when they're basing out on all fours here?
Well, you're going to have to convince him that he wants to base out. So you're going to have to throw some kind of threats at him. Otherwise, he's just going to pop right back to his feet, and he's going to turn. He's going to break the grips, pop his hips, turn. Oh, hey, he's sitting into this 50-50. What a play.
Nice work.
Oh, my goodness, spinning underneath. He's going to expose the heel here.
Got a knee
Santos
bar.
is in big trouble.
Big knee bar as well. Santos trying to roll. They're going to hit the alley wall. Felipe Andrew attacking the feet.
Man, that was a really nice transition from
Felipe Andrew. He's going to split the legs here, passing across.
He freed the knee line, though.
Santos is not completely out of danger, but Felipe Andrew, I love the creative transitions there. Instead of just wrestling the big man down, what does he do? He just slides underneath into the leg entanglement.
It's the same entry. Machida used that against Rampage in the UFC over against the cage. Just a beautiful entry. Passing to the outside heel now. Knee line just barely captured. He needs to pull it back in just a little bit. Santos needs to keep that straight frame against the left knee of Andrew.
Still plenty of time to work here. You see that thumb post of Santos manages to free his leg, and they're back to the feet once more, but points firmly being wrapped up by Felipe Andrew for some fantastically offensive guard play.
You know, I'm really impressed with Felipe Andrew's jiu-jitsu, his technique and skill, but it's kind of interesting because I ran into him backstage here just an hour or so ago when he was getting ready. And he's so humble. He said to me, yeah, who would have said that I'd make it this far in the tournament? And I'm like, bro, I said it. Like, come on. Like, you were one of the, definitely the favorites to come out of that side of the bracket. He's just such a technician.
Well, guard pull again, looking to frame. There's just under a minute left here, so Santos is going to need something pretty significant. Probably a decent guard pass to a good position with some sort of submission threat to even this one up in the opening round.
You know, the way that Santos likes to pass, he gets low, he comes down into the guard. That could open him up to this triangle opportunity.
Thanks to those of you tuning in on the B Team YouTube channel. Subscribe to the channel to get involved in the live chat. Fast moving as it is, with over 100,000 of you watching live right now. We thank you for joining us here from the Thomas & Mack Center in Las Vegas, Nevada.
That's nice from Ignacio. Look at that.
Forces the turtle. Andrew coming back to his feet. Nice job. That's twice he's shaken out of that.
Well, gripping right till the bell at the end of the round there. A solid first set of exchanges as Felipe Andrew
Interesting that
strips the Rashguard off.
Immediately gets that off. I mean, maybe this is part of some strategy. You know, he's over there in the corner with Johnny Faria from Alliance San Diego, but man, Felipe Andrew's movement is just so good. It doesn't matter whether it's wrestling, whether it's legs, whether it's guard. He's so fluid in his movements, and I love the way he chains together his transitions.
Just a great job chasing this calf slicer around to the back. That was really beautiful technique, following his footlock. This was a close call as he spun, hit that inside spin, he had that heel exposed, and I think the wall of the alley saved him right there.
So scores coming in for round number 1. As expected, perhaps 10-9s across the board for Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely no doubt. There was only really lack of a real solid submission attack in that round, but it was definitely Felipe Andrews' round. And I want to say that's probably one of the first rounds that Ignacio Santos has lost so far.
Yeah,
that's a fair comment. You see the sweat glistening on the body of Santos now. Is going to be all that much harder to get a grip on. Oh, good little duck under there. Hits the single.
Dragging Santos down to all fours here.
They're trying to put that head and arm to use to move the big man around.
Excellent work. He's trying to circle him over towards the trapped arm inside the front headlock position. Wants to keep his weight down on that hand. Got to watch for an explosive movement here out of Santos. Reaches across for the single on the far side.
Yeah, he's going to get cross-faced, though, and he bails out. Andrew moving swiftly to the back here, looking to attack this turtle position. He's got one hook in on the right side. Well, rolls through. Let's see if he can capture the second hook. That left arm blocking it.
Single hook control right now. Santos blocking the hook, but he's taking his attention off of the upper body. Now he's reaching back, trying to pull that hook out, and he might have let Andrew slip under his chin for just a second, but that alley wall again saving him.
Well, Andrew comes up on top immediately, drives that knee through to mount. 3.5 minutes left in this one.
Something I just want to acknowledge as well is that Felipe Andrew has a 40-pound weight disadvantage, and yet is consistently putting the bigger man under pressure in these positions. It's very impressive.
And he's got a really solid mount position right here. Watch out for Santos pressing off of that wall and creating a big explosion through his hips right here. And he goes with kind of an old school shrimping movement, exposes his back again.
Yeah, that wrist control looking to come through from Andrew here, and he's going to drop those hips in very deep if Santos overcommits on the turn. Oh, setting up a head and arm.
Head and arm. This is one of Felipe Andrews' 3 best submission attacks, so he gives it up.
Well, he gave it up for 2 underhooks, though, and he could really flatten Santos out here and smash his day.
Andrew, training primarily in San Diego. He is an IBJJF world champion, 5-time Pan champion, 5-time Euros champion as well. Close to 300 competition matches, and you're seeing that veteran mentality and technicality play out here.
The thing is, the majority of those matches and all those credentials are in the gi.
Uh-oh, triangle on the backside.
So it's really cool to see him come into this arena right now and using those techniques in no gi. And Ignacio Santos has got over 2 minutes, and he's stuck inside this reverse triangle.
Brandon, do you think the alley wall is hindering him getting the extension here?
Yeah, he wants to get his hips back a little bit so he can drive pressure and gravity down onto the back of the head and neck of Santos. Santos continues to drive him forward because he feels that. I mean, you could finish him right here, but it's going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, you can see that figure 4 lock on the feet.
This is a lot better here, and this could be it.
This is much better. Much better for Felipe Andrew here.
He needs to make an adjustment, though, on the back.
Oh, Santos is out, so tough.
And Santos right into his offense, rips the hips out from underneath of Felipe Andrew, puts him down, and now he's putting the pressure on.
Andrew just a little bit lackluster in his retreat there, didn't turn and face quick enough, and Santos doing exactly what he needed to do, changing the tempo, shooting immediately, and now he is on top in the guard of Andrew.
Well, Santos is also right in front of his own corner. Andre Galvao is literally about 5 feet away, telling him what to do, and when you've got a voice like that in your corner, then of course you're just going to explode and you're going to get after it.
There's a minute left in this one, so still some time to work, but it is, again, like the first round, a significant offensive deficit he's going to have to overcome. You see the corner in your picture-in-picture there. Andre Galvao, multiple-time world champion, one of the best ever.
Andre tried to get cute, climb up the wall. Santos just closed the gap and shoulder speared him right into the alley wall.
If Andrew does come out the other side of this match across these rounds, you've got to start wondering what sort of toll is it going to take on his endurance if it sets up a match with Nick Rodriguez.
Oh, great entry, backside 50-50. This is a big exposure on the heel. This is it, this is it. Big finish, Felipe Andrew.
For Felipe Andrew.
He puts his
place in the $1 million match. That happened so fast.
That was incredible.
It wasn't the first time that he was looking for that entry into the legs, but that is the best entanglement that he had. The backside 50-50 with absolutely nowhere to roll up against the wall. Felipe Andrew, decisive finish in that match with only 21 seconds remaining in the rounds.
Let's have a look at the finish here. We didn't quite get a great angle. Was it heel hook or straight foot lock?
Heel
hook. Backside 50-50.
Backside heel hook.
Great extension, good braking mechanics. Outstanding work.
Yeah, big inside heel hook there.
Yeah, Santos didn't have anywhere to go. And to be honest, you don't really roll out of a position like that once that leg is compromised.
And it's that K-guard triangle threat combo choke again.
Do we add that to the list for the possible Newtonic $50,000 bonus?
I think so.
That was beautiful.
Well, let's go ahead and get the official decision. Your 80-kilo final is confirmed.
Ladies and gentlemen, in your second semi-final round matchup in the over 80-kilogram division, it ends with a heel hook. There was 21 seconds remaining into round number 2. He'll now move on to the $1 million CJI Championship fight. Give it up for Felipe Andrew.
Standing by with Felipe Andrew, and you had 2 great decision wins yesterday, but how determined were you today to get the submission?
Yeah, I think the strategy is the same thing. I want to put my game. A lot of people know, everybody knows I'm gonna attack the foot or some triangle, but I come here to show a complete jiu-jitsu, and I think this is my how can I say, my different thing, you know. So I believe so much in my game, and my coach, and I'm ready for the final.
Yes, you just punched your ticket to the final. I know you're here today with your wife, your biggest support. So how does it feel knowing you are 1 step closer and you have her here to cheer you on?
Yeah, like I said yesterday, I don't believe yet. I'm just coming here and doing my job, yeah, right. So, like I said yesterday, I'm a geek guy, so I don't expect I arrive at the final. Yeah, I trained my jiu-jitsu my whole life, and always gi, right? So no gi is a different thing, but I think you can do both. Actually, you can do like jiu-jitsu with kimono, and you can do very well in no gi. If I can send something for the guys, make the jiu-jitsu with kimono great again, right? So.
I love that statement. A little bit of everything. Felipe Andrew, go ahead and move your name to that finals against Nicky Rodriguez.
And so Felipe Andrew books his place in the final versus Nick Rodriguez. He will be competing for that $1 million in cash. And gents, that was a fantastic performance. It was technical. It was extremely offensive. He never really stopped going after Santos.
Yeah, it was a beautiful work. I love that K-guard combination. That's a meta that we're seeing pop up a lot now, that K-guard and triangle choke combo. We've seen it over and over here so far this weekend. We've seen it in a couple of the matches leading up to this weekend. Outstanding work, just beautiful technical jiu-jitsu, making a statement about the gi too.
Yeah, I like that, I like that. You know, Felipe Andrew, he said it, right? His experience is overwhelmingly in the gi. He is not really a no-gi guy, and yet he has proved that he has the jiu-jitsu necessary to get into the final here at CJI, where he's going to fight for $1 million. And his first 2 matches were not easy. He had wars, decision wins against 2 giants, and then a submission against another big man in the semi-final.
Yeah, and
Nicky Rod in the final, that's a tough match.
Yeah, what it does do is it sets up an extremely interesting clash of styles between Nicky Rod and Felipe Andrew, 2 guys who've never faced each other before.
Listen, I'm going to say this right now. Nick Rodriguez has been on fire all weekend. We've said that, right? He's locked in three matches, 3 submission finishes. But he, I think, is facing his most dangerous opponent now in the final against Felipe Andrew.
Yeah, it really does feel like Andrew perhaps has the tools to put a bit of a stopper in the Nicky Rod freight train. We've got lots more action coming your way this evening, but first we'd like to thank some of our sponsors this evening. Merrick Health is proud to be a sponsor of CJI and is the go-to optimization service for the BJJ community, designed to make you stronger both on and off the mats. Merrick Health's focus is hormone optimization, preventative medicine, where you'll receive personalized services from your very own Merrick Health coach and medical provider with lifestyle supplements and prescription treatment options to perform at your peak. Join Merrick Health today by going to merrickhealth.com/bteam for an exclusive offer. And we do, of course, have some fantastic media mat side this evening. This is a selection of some of the photos from proceedings so far. Danny Mosaic getting some of the most amazing shots of competitive grappling that you'll see. Look at that, Luke Rockhold, Pat Downey, Nick Rodriguez getting that submission over Owen Livesey. And of course, the Levi Jones Leary heel hook. You just see the expressions on the faces, Brandon. It's such a great moment captured on film.
The rise of Levi Jones Leary this weekend. Just having the performance of a lifetime. Beautiful work this weekend. Great pictures, man.
Yeah, I love that shot of Ruotolo and Jason Nolf. Join us again very shortly. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more action from the Thomas & Mack Center.
Gucci Smoothie here, reporting live from StreetX News about the new CJI merchandise collaboration. We have got the Palermo soccer jersey in beautiful pink. Of course, Palermo is one of the clubs in Italy run by the Mafia, and those mob over at ADCC, they're treating us the same, so we had to reference that one. Next, we've got a tee with money on it. Who doesn't want a tee with money on it? Lastly, the tee we've all been asking about, the They Knows tee. We're all racing to the after party. Actually, that's where I'm going right now. But jump online and buy a tee. StreetX.com.
CPI, stem cells, they could do some wild shit down there.
My shoulder was jacked. I went down there, worked, man.
Eric Anders' neck was f***ed. up. And then he went down and got stem cell treatment. Now it doesn't bother him at all anymore.
DPI stem cells, 10 out of 10. I highly suggest it. I got stem cells in my knee. My knee is feeling a lot better.
I just come and I do stem cells to make sure that I'm resetting my body and staying healthy.
It regenerates tissue, reduces inflammation. The results are amazing.
When it comes to the science of stem cells, no one comes close to CPI. There's not even a close second.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing. There's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
Do you want to improve your takedowns? Become a member of J-Flow Academy today.
Empowering the world's greatest tournaments and athletes.
We created the Craig Jones Invitational. The setup of the event is directly correlated to capturing an MMA audience and getting crossover, because like 9 out of 10 people that watch jiu-jitsu do jiu-jitsu, and we need the people that have no interest in training to like want to view it like MMA. But they were throwing stuff at us before we even announced the card, so we automatically knew, hey, we're doing something right if people are trying to buy us and we haven't even announced the bracket or the athletes we have on board. At the end of it, based on the success, there's going to be a loser, and this is how we can create the most winners, by raising money for charity. When I was 19, I moved and I worked for a family in Montana, the Chef family. And Mick Chef was like a legend, cowboy, packer, outfitter, and he became like an adopted father to me. And we lost him to cancer in July of 21. I couldn't be more happy to be working with Top Cancer Out now. Like it's super cool for me.
Gucci Smoothie here from StreetX News. I am back, and this is me making a stand with the Fair Fight Foundation. Every single dollar is being donated. You know that shirt I showed you with money on? That money is going into the hands of children who need. Do the right thing, mate. Support the event. Buy now.
It gives me what I need, and it gives them what they need, and it makes them feel comfortable enough to train at the highest quality mat. I know this is the best in the business, and I love working with them.
Like, I was really impressed with the quality. I was training on those mats every day. I'm like, wow, these mats are really good. They're the best to work with. Well, I'm super happy. If I open 100 gyms, all of them, it's gonna be with Fuji.
The sport of jiu-jitsu provides so many with a bigger purpose. Jiu-jitsu becomes a part of you. You're faced with so many challenges in the sport, but skin infections shouldn't have to be one of them. And that's our mission. Defense Soap was created out of the need to fight back, because we care about this sport, the families, the athletes, the coaches, and we want to continue to protect people from skin infections, to keep you on the mat. And that's our goal here at Defense Soap, to defend what you have built.
Hello, welcome back to the Craig Jones Invitational. Thank you to those of you joining us here in Las Vegas, both in person and on whatever viewing platform, including, of course, the BT YouTube channel. Lots of celebrities in attendance tonight. The former UFC bantamweight champion, Aljamain Sterling. I know Mighty Mouse, Demetrius Johnson, is knocking around here as well at the same time. Lots of fight fans in attendance this evening. Here's a quick recap of where we stand in the over 80 kilo bracket. And that is your final, vying for $1 million. Nick Rodriguez taking on Felipe Andrew. So much to look forward to, of course. We've got the under 80 kilo bracket rejoining very quickly. But first, it's our pleasure once again to be joined by none other than Seth Belisle, the other half of the Craig Jones Invitational. Seth, with day number 2 now, you've got to be pretty happy with the reaction from everybody to how day number 1 went.
Oh, yeah, this has been amazing. By far exceeded our expectations. I knew it was going to be a great event, but it just keeps getting better. So I'm looking forward to the finals, and I'm looking forward to keep going.
What's been your highlights so far?
Well, man, I don't even know. I'm speechless, to be honest with you. It's gone better than I could possibly imagine. And then just all the hype and all just the attention that the sport's getting. That's been the main focus, is to elevate the sport, elevate compensation for athletes, and raise money for charitable causes, and we're doing it, and we're doing it big.
Yeah, now talking about those charitable causes, of course, this entire endeavor is made possible by the Fair Fight Foundation and the charities that it chooses to support. We've got several online for this weekend. Of course, Tap Cancer Out and Academy Christos, you're going to be donating a lot of money to. We've got some special things going on with that. Can you talk a little bit more about the charity endeavors of the Fair Fight Foundation?
Yeah, you know, it's about the jiu-jitsu community. You know, it goes all across the world. If you're part of jiu-jitsu, you're part of a great community. Anywhere in the world, no social race, no gender, no economic status. Everyone's equal on the mat, and so it's just a way to go anywhere in the world, be interjected into a community, and then find a way to give back, and that's what the Fair Foundation is about. And along the way, we're putting more eyes on grappling, and I think that's the main success, is like making jiu-jitsu a pro sport and treating athletes like professional and paying them like professionals.
Yeah, the athlete pay has been a hot topic, and obviously everyone here tonight, we haven't actually talked about it too much. Every athlete tonight and over the course of the weekend has been getting $10,001 just to show up and compete. That's a lot of cash, let alone $1 million? You're giving people $1 million, Seth.
You know, talent follows money. So you put $1 million prize out there, and all the best in the world want to compete for it. And I think the sport's ready for it, you know? All the OGs are here, and the young up-and-coming athletes, they recognize the opportunity. And then you feel it, the vibe with the athletes. Everyone's on the same page, and they all feel like, man, this is a big moment. And then it's pre-CJI, and it's going to be everything after.
Yeah, there's lots of ways that people can get involved and help support. Of course, they could have bought tickets to the event. They can watch the YouTube stream, get involved. They can scan the QR code on the screen right now and donate to the Fair Fight Foundation. Of course, buying merchandise as well. You guys are masters of throwing out some fantastic t-shirts. You've really made it as easy as possible for people to get involved.
Absolutely, and that's the whole goal, you know, just everybody pitch in, come together as a community, and let's do some good things.
So Seth, just looking around inside this arena, we see so many fans here in Las Vegas in attendance for CJI. That itself must feel pretty good that the fans and the community have come out to support this event. Not only have we got 100,000 plus people watching online, but this arena is pretty packed out.
It's packed out, and if you think about like the course of events, we've been doing this less than 100 days, and we put on an amazing show. So one shot, one kill, I think we did it.
I got to ask you about the super fight that's happening a little bit later, because you spend more time with Craig than perhaps most people do. It's a little bit crazy for this one, right? He's got Gabby coming up. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's going to be a very interesting, entertaining match, you know? Like, we'll see. Craig's been training very, very hard in his own specific way for this match, so you'll see it.
That's great. Well, we've got that coming up more later. Thank you for your efforts in getting us all together, getting the jiu-jitsu community together, and bringing us an event like this. It's a pleasure to be involved, and thank you for joining us here in the booth.
Oh, thank you so much, and thanks to all the fans. You know, without you guys, we wouldn't be anything but athletes first, so let's go.
Let's go indeed, and guess what we are going to do next? We're going to give away Gordon Ryan's Miata. Here is Alex Wendling, and she is going to introduce our lucky winner.
One of the most iconic moments in jiu-jitsu trolling history is when Craig Jones bought this Miata that was won at the 2022 ADCC World Championship. And one lucky winner in this crowd tonight is going to be going home with this Miata. So just know, if you bought a ticket to CJI, you are supporting charity and also have the chance to ride out of here in a fresh new whip. So stay tuned, because we will be announcing the winner later tonight.
Yeah, if you joined us here in Vegas, you could have got yourself a Miata. Under 80 kilo bracket on deck here. Two absolutely cracking semi-finals coming your way. Levi Jones-Leary versus Lucas Barbosa. Big clash of styles in that one. And then it is two Energizer bunnies who are just going to go, go, go. Cade Ruotolo versus Andrew Tackett in our second semi-final. Let's go ahead and roll this one. Tell the tape for your first under 80 kilo semi-final. Levi Jones-Leary booked himself a place here with a sub over Roberto Jimenez, and then a decision over the #1 seed, Tai Ruotolo. He's got a different complexion on his plate tonight, though, against Lucas Barbosa.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's super surprised to see Barbosa on this side of the bracket. But I think maybe most of us are surprised to see that Levi Jones-Leary comes out of a bracket that had both Tai Ruotolo and Roberto Jimenez in it. This is his weekend, man. I got to feel like he's coming in. I think he can win this thing.
Yeah, Lucas Hulk Barbosa, he's a world champion at both gi and no gi. He's at the podium at ADCC. He's got years and years of experience at the highest level. But you're absolutely right, Brandon. that Levi Jones-Leary was certainly not a front runner to make it this far in the tournament, especially considering how tough his side of the bracket is. But this is a different Levi Jones-Leary that we've seen here this weekend. It's a new version. The work that he's doing with Lachlan Giles is obviously paying off, but we'll see how that is going to go up against Lucas Hulk Barboza, because he is one of the toughest, most solid competitors in the bracket. It's not going to be an easy problem to solve.
I have a question for you, because Lucas Hulk Barboza got himself into the semi-finals with an unbelievable submission over Joseph Chen. I think it surprised all of us. Do you think the veteran's got a few tricks up his sleeves we just didn't anticipate?
100%. It wasn't necessarily the fact that Lucas won that was so shocking. It was definitely the method and the way that he won that really took us by surprise. Because Lucas, he ain't known as a leg locker. And he certainly doesn't know, he's not known for throwing up exotic submissions like that. But it just goes to show that Hulk knows how to win. So seeing him this deep in the bracket's not really a surprise.
Well, let's go ahead and get this one underway. This is the first of your under 80 kilos semi-finals. It's Levi Jones-Leary and Lucas Hulk Barboza.
Tonight, here at the inaugural Craig Jones Invitational, we are set now for the under 80 kilogram semi-final round. Set for 3 5-minute rounds. Your first to make his way to the alley by way of Brazil. He's representing Altus Jiu-Jitsu, fighting out of San Diego, California, Lucas the Hulk Barboza. And now to make his way to the alley, representing Absolute MMA out of Melbourne, he hails from Sydney, Australia, presenting Levi Jones-Leary.
Well, Levi Jones-Leary switches from the all-white to the all-black for the semi-finals today. 27-year-old born in Bondi, Sydney. Traditionally known as a gi player. You know, he won everything back in 2019 and has kind of come out all anew in this no-gi format. The veteran 22-year-old Lucas Hulk Barboza stands across from him, though. 2 times world champ, 4 times no-gi world champ, a second and third place at ADCC. This guy has been there and done it all across 250 competition matches. And a quick guard pull. Didn't make the connection, though, but the referee's going to let it play out.
He didn't make the connection, but he was moving forward aggressively, so I think everybody's cool with it.
Yeah, absolutely no surprise to see Levi take it to the mat early in this fashion. He has a game plan, and he's stuck to it so far all weekends. You know, both matches, he's hit the quick and the early guard pull. And even when he had the opportunity against Tyro Rotolo yesterday, he's just basically avoided even wrestling up. He's pretty much about as pure a guard player as you can possibly find.
And he is so sticky with his connections. And here he goes, sneaking around the outside.
Well, immediately on the leg of Barboza, but nice high stepping from Hulk to extract his foot, get back to this camping position.
And as this match progresses on, it's going to be harder and harder for Levi to hold on to those positions when he's just got the grips on the ankles or the grips behind the knee. He's going to have to really get deep, hook his elbow in behind the knee, make those hooks in behind the back of the ankle when he wants to make these plays under the legs. But his game is incredibly sticky. As it progresses too, if Barboza's conditioning drops a little bit, that's going to offer a little more opportunity for Levi to get a hold of him before the explosion begins.
Guys, how much credit do we give to Lachlan Giles in the corner of Levi Jones-Leary for this evolution in his game and this no-gi leg lock system?
Listen, I don't think that we can give him full credit because Levi was already a fully formed black belt when he really started training extensively with Lachlan. You got to give a lot of credit to, of course, Murillo Santana at Unity Jiu-Jitsu in New York, who awarded Levi his black belt, and all of the training partners in the room there in Manhattan, where Levi spent years crafting perfecting his skills and coming to the top of the jiu-jitsu world. But I mean, absolutely, you have to say that the last sort of year or so that he's really invested in going exclusively no-gi and doing it with a leg lock scientist in Dr. Lachlan Jones, PhD, a physiotherapist who is known how to shred knees and then give you a treatment plan so you can recover and get back to health. You know, there aren't many better people that you could hope to train with to develop that side of your game.
Barbosa going double unders here, and Levi Jones-Leary going on that pry on that arm. If that comes free, he's got a triangle entry off it, but he's got to keep his legs really wide and heavy here as Barbosa tries to scoop underneath.
And Barbosa's got to be careful that he doesn't posture up and try to rip out of these positions, because that's what exposes Levi Jones-Leary to get those scoops in behind the knee and make his entries into the legs that he's been having tremendous success with all weekend.
Listen, I'll say this, though, about Hulk, is that, you know, as we've said, you know, his experience is such a factor. He...
There it is, right there. Ooh,
really overcommits. You know, he knows how to go in, when to come out. You know, he will definitely push the pace, but you don't get to his level making mistakes. You know, you don't win the titles that he's won making a lot of mistakes. He knows how to win. It's pure and simple. And I think Levi is going to have to force an error as opposed to hoping that Lucas makes a mistake.
10 years at the absolute elite level for Lucas Barbosa, around 246 competition matches.
Wow. And it's interesting to note as well, right, that both of these guys are coming into this semi-final match with one submission win and one decision win each. But very, very different matches, because Lucas's match with Kenta was physical. It was a bit of a war of attrition. You know, Kenta gave as good as he got. And his submission win over Joseph came late, very late in that match.
In a match he was probably losing.
Exactly. He was definitely behind on the scorecards. Whereas Levi had the quick finish, the quick kill against Roberto Jimenez in his opening round. And then it was definitely a tricky match in the quarterfinal against Tairo Otolo, but Levi never really got put under too much pressure in that. So I feel he's going to come into this pretty fresh.
So guys, as we move towards the last minute here, which way are you leaning on these scorecards? What are you seeing in terms of our scoring criteria? A bit of a tight one.
Very tight. I mean, Hulk really hasn't presented anything close to a guard pass. I mean, he's come in there and tried to make some plays, but at the same time, Levi, he's got a couple of grips that he's sort of liked a couple of times, but really nothing big. Tried a little extension on that elbow.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. If we're talking criteria, then I'm probably going to give it to Hulk, because Levi has not really had that many offensive movements from bottom, and Hulk has definitely been keeping the pressure on, actively sort of looking for opportunities to pass the guard, but that's just my opinion.
Well, your three judges for this bout, Chris Crail, Johnny Souza, and Justin J. Flo Flores, are going to have to render their decision. They're going to be coming in thick and fast in our open and transparent scoring system.
I bet we see a split score here.
Well, we'll find out just shortly. Let's take a look at some of the replays from that first round.
Nice, Levi. I think spinning out of that reverse with Delahiva.
Lachlan Giles in the corner with Levi Jones-Leary right there. Lachlan's worked down there in Melbourne, Australia, in training athletes since he's retired from competing himself. He's done such great work in elevating the jiu-jitsu technique in Southern Australia.
Just shaking the muscles out there, trying to stop that lactic acid from building up too much. Andre Galvao in the corner of Barbosa.
A little more aggressive.
Busy man tonight, Mr. Galvao.
Yeah, he had two guys in the semis, right? He's actually got another one later on. He's got Cade on the other side of this bracket, so it'll be kind of interesting to see what happens if Lucas and Cade were to make it into the final. I think Andre will just have to maybe come sit next to us and just kick back and watch.
So guard pull again from Levi. Looks like we're going to see more of the same with Barbosa trying this tight passing style.
Yeah, and Barbosa forcing that pass up the middle. Like, he really wants to go up the middle against Levi's guard. He's not given a lot of opportunity for him to put in his outside De La Rivas. That's the The passing style is straight up the gut for Barbosa, and it's kind of shutting Levi out of his initial, I guess, A game.
You know, if you look at their training backgrounds and the camps that they come from, Hulk has a lot of very, very good guard players to train with at Atos HQ in San Diego. Whereas, does Levi have anybody at Absolute MMA in Australia who can put the same kind of pressure on him from top that Hulk can? I'm not so sure. I mean, he's got extensive experience training with heavy pressure passes. I mean, he came up under Murillo Santana. Yeah. Murillo's one of the best pressure passers ever of all time.
Oh, there's the scoot underneath here.
The inversion from Leary sits Barbosa to his back. Is he going to be able to come up on top or snag a leg in the transition?
Hulk just made a tiny little movement backwards and relieving the pressure. I mean, and that gave Levi the opportunity he wanted, but Hulk knows when to disengage, he knows when to bail, and he gets out of there, right back into his opening position.
He has to re-engage extremely quickly. What that is, however, is a very decisive offensive initiation from Levi Jones Leary.
Check that left foot of Levi Jones Leary just resting on the hip of Barbosa. That both prevents that inside passing position that Hulk wants. He prevents him from completing it, but it also sets him up when Barbosa backs up and gives space for him to make his K-guard entry on that leg on the other side.
That's good. That's good work from Levi. That's a nice spin. But look at the distance that Hulk creates. The moment that he feels off balance, he just extracts himself from the position and enters again on his terms.
Yeah, it's good defense indeed, but as our judges have reminded us several times over the course of this weekend, you do not get credit for good moves that are defensive simply because you were forced to make them. It's the guy who initiated the offense that's going to get the overall credit. So Levi Jones Leary perhaps edging a little bit further ahead here as we approach the halfway point of the second round and of this bout.
Yeah, in a match this tight, making the other guy run backwards feels like offense. So, look at this, throwing across for this omoplata, playing with his rubber guard here. He's got the head cleared in that chill dog position. Barbosa, though, doing the right thing, getting heavy down on top of it. If Levi Jones Leary can get out to his left hip, okay, nice work there by Barbosa. Perfect reaction to that position.
More threats, though, coming from the Australian.
Again, though, just inching out, just a little bit of offense on the board, just a little bit of offense for the judges.
I should point out, we didn't actually discuss the scores from that first round. Two judges went 10-9 Levi Jones Leary, 1-10-9 Barbosa. So Levi just a little bit ahead after that opening round and perhaps moving further ahead here.
Something I would just like to point out as well is that is the first real upper body attack we've seen from Levi all weekend. And it's interesting because he's been so leg lock focused in his matches up until this point. But we've kind of gotten the fact that Levi does have a really, really good upper body game, including quite an unusual series of attacks. He loves the Barata Plata and the Tarika Plata. And I remember him saying to me a few years ago, he's just like, they're everywhere. And he has some really interesting opportunities to grab them. So it's something that we could potentially see. I think it would be tough against Hulk, but you may see him go, like Brandon's been saying, you could see him go K-guard.
He's got the entanglement. Hulk trying to create that space again. This is the third time he's been sat down and forced to turn and flee.
And you know, if we're talking criteria, this round clearly going to Levi Jones Leary. Not only the leg entanglements, the leg entries, but also that upper body attack as well. I would say that this round is probably much easier to score than the last one. I would be surprised if it was split.
Yeah, it's still going to be a 10-9, however, though, because there hasn't been a really deep submission threat. They've been off balances and sweep attempts for the most part. But that is going to put Hulk firmly on the back foot moving into that third period.
That's it. Excellent.
Levi does a great job pummeling his feet back in front to these lasso-style positions, stopping Hulk from pressing forward in a meaningful way.
Final few seconds of this round, and again, Leary looking to go inverting on that K-guard.
3 seconds.
Another quick observation just as we come to the end of the second round as well is that, look at the guys, 10 minutes in, and they still look kind of dry, you know? And I'm wondering if that's potentially a result of the weight cut, because Levi's pretty big as well. I'm sure he dropped a lot of weight for this. Hulk definitely did. Not a lot of sweat. They're not as slippery as I was expecting them to be 10 minutes in.
I think a lot of that's the result of the way the match is playing out, too. It's not a scramble fest out there. They're down in these static positions, fighting for inches rather than chasing each other all around the map, playing for takedowns.
It's a lot of isometric kind of holding, crunching positions. Here we see some of the replays from that round, the few attacks had by Levi Jones Leary. Just a reminder that many of the other ways you can help support the growth of the Fair Fight Foundation is the El Segundo podcast. Of course, Craig Jones, Seth Belial, and the guys will be returning over the forthcoming months to bring you more intriguing episodes. Go ahead, subscribe on all your podcast listening platforms. And the scores have come in there, as you may have just seen on your screen. 10-9s across the board for Levi Jones Leary. So he takes a very, very clear lead on two of the judges' scorecards. However, Judge Johnny Souza in the middle, 19 points apiece.
Yeah, he gave that first round to Hulk, which I think is a fair assessment. I actually gave the first round to Hulk personally, but the second round was clearly Levi's.
Barbosa turning the corner, getting a little deeper, but Leary has weaved that foot through, and now he's opening up this arm lock attack.
Oh, deep in on this submission attempt. He's trying to roll over the top.
He's got his shin in a good position here, but Barbosa really dropping his base. Let's see if Levi's able to take the back with this. He does.
What a beautiful transition from Levi Jones Leary on the back with the hooks, partial body triangle, and actually an arm trapped as well.
That's one of the best back takes we've seen all weekend. We saw some really nice ones from Felipe Andrew in his first round match, but that against Lucas Hulk Barbosa, man, Levi earned that position.
Again, he's just so sticky once he sets those grips in. And, you know, basically he makes the same play on the leg that he makes on the arm. That Choi bar and the K guard, they really are the same movements. It's just which limb am I underhooking to make the play. Choi bar, great movement, opens up the back attack in defense of the Choi bar because Barbosa kept his posture down so low, trying to keep from getting flipped.
Levi firmly on the back here, putting some pressure up top, that little bit of muffler kind of choke.
And he's got a lot of time to work, 3.5 minutes remaining in this final round. Levi can, if he wants to, he could just cruise here, but I don't think he will. I think he's going to continue to harry the neck. He's going to look for openings. He's going to have to make sure that he keeps a real tight control of Hulk, who could easily explode out if he wants to. But yeah, I mean, this is Levi's match to lose at this point.
It's going to be interesting to see how fast Barbosa has to switch his approach and his tempo. Should he be able to find an escape from here? Because this longer period under back control, he's going to have to do something special.
He's bailed with both of his hands now, defending the hooks.
And I could just about hear Lachlan Giles saying, stay on the back. And I think that would be smart because you don't really want to let Hulk pop out.
No. Look, you may only get one shot in 10 matches against a guy like this. You find yourself on the back, you got to be able to hold the position.
Yeah, you got to capitalize. Well, but it definitely makes sense not to overcommit and maybe not to, you know, go after a submission that he's not 100% certain is there. I think it actually makes sense to just keep hold of Hulk. And
tactically, it's the right play, right? Let's see if he can reestablish this second hook. He's got that seatbelt grip. Barbosa using that right hand to try and free the hook. He's going to keep walking his hips to his left-hand side, trying to sit on top of that knee.
Yeah, he wants to scrape his shoulders down to the mat. Nice job switching sides there by Levi Jones Leary, and here comes that body triangle again. Hulk trying to press him over. Good job switching the body triangle to the top side there.
That body triangle, such a horrible position. The squeeze on the midsection just really sucks all the life out of you, and actually just to break it is a whole load of hassle as well.
I wonder how Craig feels about seeing an Australian make it this far into the tournament and to potentially fight for the $1 million just, you know, a little later today.
Check out the dexterity of Levi Jones Leary on his right leg. Just the way he takes his legs and pummels for the outside position on this body triangle. Barbosa, I mean, he's surviving, but this is not a survival time for Barbosa. He's going to have to make some serious plays and bust out of this thing. He's behind to the point where he needs to not only just get away, he needs to get away and finish, and he's got a minute left to do it.
Yeah, it's definitely slipping through the fingers of Barbosa here.
Oh, no, it slipped a long time ago. Yeah, I mean, he totally lost control of this match. I mean, basically after the end of that first round, you know, the second round was clearly Levi's. This third round is just, I mean, could potentially be a 10-8, I'd say, Brandon.
Yeah, potentially. He hasn't really gotten off a well, I guess you could count this is good. I was going to say, I guess you could count that Choi bar as a submission attempt. That's what opened up this back-taking opportunity, but hasn't really gotten close to getting a finish, I wouldn't say, but he's dominating this third round by quite a lot.
And honestly, I'm so surprised and impressed that Levi Jones-Leary has, you know, stuck to his game plan throughout and has really just had about as good a run in this tournament as anybody could against three incredibly tough opponents.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that's a murderer's row. If you said, hey, this guy's going to go out and beat Jimenez, Ty Ruotolo, and Lucas Hulk Barbosa, you'd say, well, maybe not. But that is what he's exactly done as time expires. Levi Jones-Leary is going to be the first of your under 80 kilo competitors to make his way into the match for $1 million.
One step closer to the big money prize.
Let's watch this play. Scoop under the arm. Choi bar attempt deep, and you check it out, he's elbow to elbow. He finally works that shin back over to the other side of Barbosa's head, and he wants to flip Barbosa back over to the other side, but Barbosa drops his posture, and that's what opens up this back take opportunity. Just a incredible dilemma that Levi presents constantly. He gets a hook in with his elbow, either on the back of your knee or the back of your elbow, and then he says, hey, which way you want to play this? Either way is cool with me. I came here to kill you, not to tell you what to do.
Well, he is pacing around, processing what has just happened. Barbosa conferring with Andre Gervau in his corner. A little bit of debrief, perhaps. But let's bring these guys back to the center, get the official announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in this semifinal, we'll go now to your three judges along the alley. Your first, Chris Crail, 30 to 26. Your second, Johnny Souza, 29 to 27. Your third judge, Justin Flores, 30 to 26. They've all got it for the winner by unanimous decision, earning his place in the $1 million CJI Championship, Levi Jones-Leary.
Well, Levi Jones-Leary just respectful with the opponent's corner. He's with Alex to get a few words.
Here with Levi, and man, that back take was one of the most beautiful we've seen all weekend, and definitely the most clutch. When you were on his back, do you remember any thoughts going on through your head, or was it purely instinctual?
You know, just trying to finish, just staying like ultra present through every moment. But yeah, definitely, it was a tough one.
And in our pre-fight interview, you told me that one of your most proud moments was winning, at the time, the biggest cash prize in jiu-jitsu, which was in 2019 for $100,000. So now you're headed into the finals with 3 extra zeros as the prize money. So what are your thoughts headed into that final?
Let's go. Like, I don't know. I guess when there's money on the line, I'm better or something. I'm hyped, yeah. Do difficult things easily. We're gonna go all the way, we're gonna take it.
Levi Jones-Leary, continue your name in that under 80 kilogram division. We can't wait to see what you do in there.
Levi Jones-Leary's hyped, Alex is hyped, we're hyped. What a performance from the Australian. Let's take a look at some of the replays of that bout. And Jen, give us your summary of Levi Jones-Leary's run to the finals.
I mean, he might be the most unsuspecting money man in jiu-jitsu, but he is the money man. We see him here putting his name into the finals.
With a little symbol next to it as well. Not Levi, but Xanadu.
Yeah, some of you are too young to get that reference.
I think it's his older ego. I mean, like, when he comes out in these big money tournaments, it's not Levi competing, it's the Xanadu god.
I thought he was Olivia Newton-John. That's what I thought was happening.
It sets up a couple of potential matches because he's got this incredibly creative, dynamic guard that seems virtually unpassable. but he's going to meet one of two people who do nothing but pass guards.
It's right, yeah. Either Cade Ruotolo or Andrew Tackett on the other side of the semi-final. One of my most anticipated possible matchups of the entire weekend is going to happen just here in a little bit. And Josh is absolutely right that both of these guys, they only know how to go forward. They rarely take a backward step. Their forward pressure is relentless from start to finish. They've got endless gas tanks, and they're going to put Levi under a lot of pressure. But Levi, like you said, has this just incredible guard that nobody has even come close to figuring out yet. It's a very difficult problem to solve. Interesting to see how it's going to go.
I was talking to Eddie Bravo right before everything got started tonight, and we were talking about Andrew Tackett and Cade Ruotolo, and he said, Brandon, Andrew Tackett might be, based on what we've seen so far, one of the best guard passers in the history of no-gi jiu-jitsu. Just watching the way he dismantled Nicky Ryan, who we all know is a technical monster. And then, okay, maybe it was Nicky's cardio. Then he comes out and does it again to Owen O'Flanagan. Just unbelievable. Eddie's doing some cool jiu-jitsu stuff too. That jiu-jitsu overdose coming up. You guys got to check that out.
Certainly will do. That's coming up very shortly, the next of our semi-finals. But a reminder that we have some fantastic bonuses on the line for the competitors this weekend. There is a $20,000 bonus for most exciting fighter. Two things every athlete needs in competition: the ability to focus and to perform at their peak. Optimal Self supplements specialize in high-potency organic functional mushrooms, lion's mane for improved cognitive function, and cordyceps to boost energy output when you need it most. Head to optimalself.com and use code CGILive to get 20% off this week only. That's optimalself.com. Do more shrooms. And it is our very great pleasure, as we come back to the booth here, to be joined by none other than Jocko Willing. Sir,
what's happening?
You are one of the sponsors of this event with your brand Jocko Fuel. How are you feeling about the whole event here this weekend?
I would say it's epic. That's what I would say.
What's been your favorite moment so far?
I would say Jason Nolf versus Cade Ruotolo was sick.
Barn burner, right?
I'm sorry, Ty Ruotolo. Yeah, it was sick.
Yeah, and you know, you're here helping us support the growth of jiu-jitsu. It's something that you've been one of the best ambassadors for recently on your podcast and in your endeavors. Can you tell us what's so great about the sport for a lot of the new people who may be joining us on the stream tonight?
Yeah, I give jiu-jitsu credit all the time for everything that it's done for me in my life. I started training actually in 1992 with a mid-level white belt who knew more than anybody else knew, and that allowed him to be able to choke us all out. And it was awesome. And ever since then, I've trained it since then, and did it with all my kids, opened a jiu-jitsu gym, and have a jiu-jitsu gi company and Jocko Fuel. And it's awesome to be able to be here and support this epic event, which has been amazing so far.
Now, Jocko, I'd love to ask you a question, because considering that you've had decades at this point in the game, you're a jiu-jitsu OG, but did you ever imagine that you would see an event of this magnitude, see $1 million cash prize for a division winner?
I guess in my mind, I always thought it would turn into this. But listen, I did events, you know, some of the biggest events, and we'd be in a gymnasium with 18 people watching. I cornered people in the biggest events in the world, and there'd be 35 people in the gym. So I'm sorry it took so long, but I'm glad the world is now being exposed to the best sport.
Well, thanks for doing your part to help get us here. Got any thoughts on this next matchup, Cade versus Andrew Tackett?
This is going to be movement. It's going to be chaos. It's going to be a total scramble from the beginning. I think we're going to see some creativity. We might see moves that we haven't seen before. I think it's going to be wild. These guys are both on the cutting edge of jiu-jitsu. They train all the time. They have similar backgrounds in that they both, you know, grew up in a jiu-jitsu family. You know, I remember the Ruotolo brothers growing up when they were little kids. They were competing in the Southern California scene. And Tackett's are the same way. They've been growing up and doing this, competing against their brothers. So we're going to get to see all that come to fruition in this moment right now, right here, and I am pumped.
Yeah, pumped indeed. Look, we thank you very much for your support of the sport, for your support of the Craig Jones Invitational. It's been a pleasure having you here, and yeah, I'm sure a lot of fans here in the arena are going to be wanting some photos with you over the course of the evening.
Hey,
yeah,
no joke, this stuff tastes pretty good as well. Thank you. This is good stuff, man.
Appreciate it. Yeah, cheers.
Have a good evening, Mr. Willing. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Appreciate the support.
Here is Alex with a quick report on Cade Ruotolo before we get this second semi-final underway.
The magic of the Ruotolo brothers is something every jiu-jitsu fan should experience in person at least once in their life. Ty and Cade joined CJI on one condition, that they be on the opposite sides of the bracket so they have a chance to face each other in the finals for $1 million. So yes, these two are competitive, but they're also twins and connected in ways that almost all of us will never understand. We experienced classic Ruotolo scrambles and submissions in the first round matchups before Ty fell short by decision. So we won't be getting that poetic $1 million brother showdown tonight, but we will get to experience the energy of the reigning 2022 ADCC champion go back to his roots and look to get a win against a guy he's beaten before in Andrew Tackett.
So, straight intel of the tape here. You've heard a lot about it from all of us. Cade Ruotolo, Andrew Tackett. Guys, how pumped was Jocko for this matchup?
Hey, Jocko knows. Let's just say that Jocko understands the magnitude of this event right here, this match right here. Cade Ruotolo against Andrew Tackett, the two 21-year-olds, the young veterans coming in this semi-final match. He's going to be here, Matt side, watching it. I'm definitely not going to take my eyes off the alley as soon as this match begins.
You know, the thing about Jocko, the reason he's so pumped is he has, like he said, he's watched the Ruotolo brothers come to this point. He knows who Cade Ruotolo is, and he knows what he's capable of, and I think he believes that Cade's going to walk out there and get that milli.
This is one of those matches where we may not be able to talk fast enough. Let's go ahead and walk these through. Andrew Tackett versus Cade Ruotolo.
Ladies and gentlemen, here in Las Vegas, the Craig Jones Invitational now closes out the semi-final round with the second matchup in the under 80-kilogram division, set for 3 5-minute rounds. Ready to now enter the alley with 2 dominant decision victories yesterday. He represents Fight Factory and fights out of Austin, Texas. This is Andrew Tackett. Entering the alley now, the division's #1 seed, dominant as well. On day 1, he represents Atos Jiu-Jitsu out of San Diego, California. He is the 2022 ADCC World Champion, presenting Cade Ruotolo.
Oh my God, this is gonna be war.
Isn't it?
I can't wait, dude.
Cade Ruotolo, absolute prodigy, just 21 years old. Actually, both these guys 21 years old. Returns to the mat here. Submatest to Niz, decision win over Tommy Langica. Goes up against Andrew Tackett, who put on some of the most impressive guard passing performances we've ever seen in jiu-jitsu against both Nicky Ryan and Owen O'Flanagan. Your referee for this one, legend Vitor Shaolin Iberio, and
here we go.
Cade immediately engaging.
Oh, it's going to be immediate engagement and non-stop engagement the entire match. Tackett pushing forward hard, big whizzer.
Now, we should point out, these guys have fought each other once, but it was so long ago as a juvenile division.
Yeah,
so
they were little kids competing in the IBJJF.
Big pickup on the counter, and Cade actually was looking to jump over on that arm for a second.
Man, Andrew actually acknowledged that with a big smile, but he's right back at it again. He's upside down on the alley.
He tries to get.
He's coming right back up. Look at that. First guy we've seen really get up effectively.
Yeah, it's the body lock versus the whizzer.
I'm telling you, Andrew Tackett is one of the only people in the world who can match Cade Ruotolo's pace. But what a pace it's going to be.
Unreal, the tussle for this position. The alley wall keeping them in. Running against the other side. He's going to take it back. Cade Ruotolo in trouble here early against Andrew Tackett.
He's got the body triangle on. Look at the position.
He slides down the wall with the body triangle. Cade went to the well just one too many times with that whizzer kick.
Body triangle early for Tackett, and he gets a chance to slow the pace down perhaps here and catch his breath.
He's catching his breath, but he's working on the cardio of Cade Ruotolo right now.
Man, I never imagined we would see Tackett in such a dominant position so
going across
quickly
the face
in this match. This is insane.
And we know how, you said it so many times yesterday, Andrew Tackett's jiu-jitsu, when he gets a chance, it's nasty. He's going to be muffling, he's going to be scraping.
Listen, he was telling me backstage before this match, he was saying, if Cade hits me, I'm going to hit him back. He was expecting an intense match. He was 100% prepared for it. And that's what we saw. We saw an intense scramble early. We saw them literally running from one side of the alley to the other. But getting this body triangle, slowing it down right now, Andrew has got a great position to work from, and there's no reason why he should give this up.
Well, he's got 3 more minutes to cook right here, too. And honestly, great connection with the chest to the upper back of Cade. He goes under the nose.
Under the nose. That is what we're talking about. Ugly jiu-jitsu from Andrew Tackett.
Yeah, he's getting that full palm on the face, scooping up continuously. You rarely see Cade
take a run out of here.
And he's across the face.
Andrew Tackett
squeeze.
Got me really jumping.
Here goes way out here. Cade turns and he comes up on top. Straight into the guard passing. Tackett scrambles back to his feet.
And just listen to that crowd. They appreciate that escape. They really love to see these guys scrap.
We'll then look for urgency now from Ruotolo. 2 minutes left in this.
That was only 3 minutes.
Man, this match is as high energy as we were hoping for, and some.
Oh, big sweep with the throw by.
Look at that. Andrew tries to counter with the wizard.
Listen, guys, I'm just going to say right now, I'm happy, so happy that this match is taking place in the alley, because if this was any other surface
they'd have been out of
or arena,
bounds so many times.
I mean, if it was a stage, they'd be in the front row of the crowd.
So lots of grip fighting here. Tackett's got in on that body lock several times now, but we know that whizzer into the throws is going to come in defense from Cade Ruotolo.
He's got a good, strong whizzer put in on this one.
Listen, don't be surprised if Andrew goes shallow on the underhook like that. There it is! Knee lock! Standing knee lock from Cade Ruotolo. I was about to say, don't be surprised if you see him smash that on.
Yeah, big bit of rotation on that shoulder in the inside. Getting heavy collar ties now. We saw some aggressive ones yesterday from Cade, and he tries to get inside now.
Great hips. Good job there by Tackett. Lifting him up, getting him upright. Tries the inside trip now by Ruotolo.
I don't think Cade level changed quite enough on that one. He just kind of dropped his level a little bit, and they clinch up here now.
Tackett's pummeling into his underhooks is so good.
The entire arena is on their feet, and the whole place is full.
Guys, how do you score this one going forward? I mean, you've got to say Tackett's still ahead. What a throw! Ruotolo's going to come up on top in half guard here.
That changes things, because now we see an opportunity for Cade to make his mark on this match, because right now I have to say it's clearly 10-9 for Andrew Tackett, considering the control that he had from that body triangle.
And it was quite an extended period of time as well.
And submission attacks. He was really working the face and the neck.
Big can opener coming in from Ruotolo to try and open the guard.
And look at him smothering Andrew Tackett. That's exactly what Andrew was doing to his opponents yesterday.
Yeah, with the hair, with the palm.
This is that gritty jiu-jitsu, that kind of jiu-jitsu that makes you not want to ever train with this guy again. But they're competing for $1 million. You got to do what you got to do.
The thunderous applause from the crowd here inside the Thomas and Mack. That was just 5 minutes of action, ladies and gentlemen. Here's some replays of the scrambles.
Man, Andrew was literally upside down against the alley wall at that point, but here's the back take.
That was the 3rd time that Cade went to the well with that wizard kick Uchimata style play to try to put Andrew down, and the 3rd time was not the charm. Andrew, oh man, what a crank.
I almost forgot that shoulder crank happened as a submission attempt.
Yeah, that standing knee lock is absolutely vicious. We've seen Cade take people off their feet with that arm lock.
So here are the scores. You can see them on their screen now. 10-9 across the board for Andrew Tackett.
And rightfully so. I mean, that round was clearly for Tackett. And listen to the pop in the crowd. They are definitely on both of these guys' sides. Yeah, I love both guys.
I don't know if I can pick which guy they're rooting for. I think they just love how good the jiu-jitsu is.
Listen, Cade has got a lot of supporters here at Matt's side. There are a lot of people calling his name, but Tackett has won the crowd this weekend with his performances. They were literally chanting, "Let's go Tackett," earlier on.
So back on the feet here, start of the second round. Reminder, 3 5s if they need them. Open and transparent, 10-9 must scoring in effect.
Cade taking Andrew Tackett all the way over into the corner here. We were talking about this yesterday. It's one place you don't want to get stuck is in that channel, that groove in the corner.
Drags are good. Run to the wall.
Tackett presses forward, 2 underhooks.
Split his legs.
He's getting those elbow lifted up pretty high on the one side of Cade.
Interesting that William Tackett, Andrew's older brother, was actually saying, run Cade to the wall, put his feet on the wall.
Well, he's got a long way to run unless he circles around here. Pummeling for those underhooks again, and he's trying to put him on the wall, but he loses.
Nice work by Cade. Andrew got to be careful here.
Crucifix. Picks up on the single, perhaps.
Wow, Andrew is just a dog. He refuses any of the offensive positions that Ruotolo offers him.
Man, you are absolutely right, Brandon, because positions like that, it's not a technical escape, it's just hard.
It's refusal.
He fights his way out.
Oh, good shot on the single, gets the pick up here.
Watch the cannon.
Watch his knee.
Oh,
big exposure. This could be it. Oh, my God.
He slipped the heel once. Can he do it again?
Yeah, he's still got the knee kept rolling towards the alley wall here. Cade Ruotolo hunting that submission.
Andrew taking the time to fix his hair right there.
I mean, we can all agree he's probably not tapping, right?
Wow, with $1 million on the line, he'll definitely eat a pop or two. But the thing is, you can only let your knee go so far. Cade can't quite see the grip that he's got of the foot.
He just looked at his brother and said he doesn't have it.
Andrew's out. Andrew is out.
But a very significant attack here for Cade Ruotolo. Puts him ahead of this round. Here comes
Gets into that body rock again.
Listen, Cade might go for it again.
Oh, jockeying for position. Back take versus the throw.
Andrew got a little greedy. He tried to jump a little too quick while Cade still had his balance underneath him.
He's just giving up.
Watch
the
this
body
Tars. And now Cade is right in front of his corner. He's got Andre Galvao. He's got Tye Ruotolo. He's got Eric Paulson in his corner. Feet away, calling him through this position. And this very
strong
in on
chance. Top here.
Oh, he's
got Anaconda. Looking back again at the dance, perhaps that left arm is going to save very strong in that underhook from Andrew Tackett, trying to save him. If the frame collapses at all, he'll be in deep trouble very quickly.
Listen, Tackett knows what Ruotolo's main attack is from this position. He knows he's going to have to stay disciplined with the posture of his head. But that dust is going to
this is locking up.
It's a little bit shallow, but this is very serious.
And
as Andrew flattens out, he's going to find a way to survive right here. He's got to keep his spine straight. As he flattens out, this is helping him. But Cade's got this dart on top.
And he rolls him over the top.
Elbow out of position. Andrew trying to save himself by grabbing his own leg and opening his posture up. This is getting bad.
The frame more and
he's out.
Oh, he's going to switch to a north-south choke, though. Big squeeze from Cade Ruotolo. Minute and a half left. Andrew Tackett hanging on for everything he's
going to be okay right here. He's going to survive it.
Unreal defense from Andrew Tackett.
But a commanding lead in round 2 for Cade Ruotolo now.
This could be a 10-8. This could be a 10-8 round for Ruotolo.
Andrew locking up the body triangle from the guard.
Guys, we've still got more than a minute left in this second round.
This is one of those matches where everybody is just, they're leaning forward. They just can't get enough of this action.
Yeah, the entire atmosphere around the pit is slowly closing in further and further. This arena-like atmosphere.
I mean, they would be like this if there wasn't $1 million on the line. These guys are putting on such a great show for us here this weekend.
Andrew opened that guard, looking for a triangle attack, maybe a little bit preemptive.
Yeah, but he's got to get something going.
He's going to the legs
behind, and he's going on the leg.
Cade making a move. He wants to try to counter with a back take, but here he comes with the calf slicer.
This is good work from Andrew here, you know. He's managed to actually kind of slow.
Watch this toe hold counter. This is a good counter to the
Yeah, and Andrew Tackett can't defend with that other leg. The leg is tied up, so he can't put his feet together and push the grip off.
His leg is straight. I don't think there's too much pressure through the ankle. He's safe. That bear trap is keeping him safe, but Cade comes back on top.
And look at that. Nice heavy reap. Cade shakes it off, but the leg comes right back in.
Hip heist, just 5 seconds left here.
And another possible entry here for Tackett.
But this is the first time all weekend we've seen Andrew Tackett put under any kind of pressure.
Guys, that $20,000 optimal self-supplements bonus for most exciting fighter.
Well, that's already won.
What do you do? What do you do indeed?
Listen, that is the first round all weekend that Andrew Tackett has lost on the scorecards.
Replays here. Talk us through some of these scrambles, guys. This was the leg entry from Ruotolo.
This was close, man. That was a great entry, and he followed it, exposed the heel, followed it, exposed the heel.
I got to give props to the DJ in the arena for playing the Rocky music right now.
It's that kind of match. It's literally, it's like the grand finale of a Hollywood movie. You couldn't script a better finish, but the crazy thing is, this is only the semi-final. How Andrew managed to get out of this DOS choke, I have no idea.
Well, seconds out, back down the ramp they come into the alley for one more period.
So interesting to note the scores of that one. It was one judge scored at 10-8, but the other two scored at 10-9. So now it's a majority draw right now.
Yeah,
this is still very much Andrew's match to win.
Oh, looking to hunt the back.
Look at this. Andrew making his move, climbing the back. Here he goes.
Andrew Tackett.
Can he get under that arm? Cade reaching back. Andrew climbing, not able to get there, but he does come up on the other side of the guard here.
Yeah, he was trying to go leg drag, but he's going to have to accept close guard.
Listen, if Andrew can keep this going, and if he can win this round, 10-9, he will take the victory, I believe.
Yeah, it's all going to come down. Ultimately, it's all going to come down to this round. It's draws across the two of the judges' scorecards. Probably not a big enough deficit on that third scorecard to make much difference.
Tackett to the feet. Ruotolo opens the guard to try to counter. And back into the closed guard.
Oh, insane
buggy from the bottom.
Going high. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Cade even go for a buggy from the closed guard.
Well, Tackett trying to get some passing going now. First time we've actually had a chance to see the passing of Tackett in this match.
That's right. I mean, he put on a passing clinic against Nicky Ryan and Owen O'Flanagan, and now he's got an opportunity to put the pressure on Cade Ruotolo.
And he's putting that same style of pressure on Cade now, forcing Cade to turtle up and expose his back.
Oh, he's got the back! Standing back control for Andrew Tackett!
Andrew Tackett leaving nothing to chance. He's doing everything he can to make sure he gets himself into the final.
Oh, again, we've got this battle of underhook and whizzer.
And in the same way that round two was being led by Cade Ruotolo, round three now being led by the young man Andrew Tackett.
Nice little drag across.
Guys, I know we've got just over 2.5 minutes remaining, or about 3 minutes remaining in this, but I'm going to say this is one of the best matches I have ever seen live, and there is, again, the standing meal lock.
Yeah, possibly one of the best jiu-jitsu matches ever at what is turning out to be the greatest jiu-jitsu tournament ever.
Nice
Good shot from Tackett.
This is the kind of match you show people when you want to tell them what jiu-jitsu is all about, really.
Oh, Cade in, big drive. Can he land past the guard? Well, Tackett trying to recover here. Good offensive position on that arm from Ruotolo.
Cade's in a deep passing position right there. He's a knee cut position. He's got a strong forward pressure.
Andrew does a good job of getting his frame back on the inside, staying on his side, not allowing himself to be flattened out. He's got a knee shield. He's got an elbow frame.
And you know, with just over 2 minutes remaining,
if
Cade can switch the momentum, if he can keep the pressure on going, he could potentially steal this round, because Andrew's early good work, which was great, might not be enough if Cade can take control in the latter half of this round.
But if Cade's not able to get an actual quote-unquote position off of him, Andrew had the closest look. He did jump the back and get the closest to being
and he had control earlier on in the round as well, right at the start.
On top. So the same thing that Cade is doing right now, Andrew's already done in this round, plus he took the back.
Work back up. We got one more takedown.
Yeah, I think it's probably fair, perhaps, that Ruotolo is the one who needs to really have some urgency here. Neither of these two young men can be sure that they're ahead.
This is one of the closest match and closely fought matches we've seen all weekend in this tournament.
Is Tackett going to take the risk of opening and going K-guard here? He was scooping under the leg as though he was.
He's reaching for the ankles, hoping that he can get an off balance here. He's in on the leg. Has to clear his hips a little bit and make some space. Now Cade pressing forward.
Oh, big sprawl as Tackett tries to wrestle up. Has he locked the dance again?
Anaconda from standing. Tackett trying to get his head around to the other side. Rotolo basically sitting against the wall in a squat.
This is not good for Andrew Tackett.
This is
the only real submission attack we've seen in this round so far.
He must feel confident about the position. He's pulled the legs out, keeping heavy pressure forward. He's got to be careful he doesn't get off balance and lose his base here. 30 seconds left as Ruotolo tries to cut the angle and get the squeeze on.
Can Andrew clear his head or his
I don't think he can.
To the other side?
I don't think he can. I think that Cade is going to steal this round based on this submission series.
This could be it. Taking position right here. Cade Rotolo looking to finish the anaconda
squeeze and Andrew Tackett survives again.
But that probably wins the round for him with less than 10 seconds to go.
It's going to be
pushes
so
forward.
close. Closing seconds here.
Pulling into it, and this should seal it with the go-go to close the show.
I'm calling it right now. Cade Rotolo just won that round, and in my opinion, just won that match.
And look at this moment. They get up, they embrace.
Two young athletes. The crowd in this arena are on their feet.
I've never heard anything like this. Listen to the Thomas and Mack Center for CJI, Andrew Tackett, Cade Rotolo. They're exploding for these guys.
Well, let's look at some of the replays here. This was early on in the round as Andrew Tackett went hunting the back. Jumping the back as well. What a match.
That match was just like one long highlight reel, and the scores are going to come through in just a second.
Yeah, you guys are going to find out very shortly what's happened in this one.
Side. It's going to take a second to get this together.
So we've got the last of the replays here, and this was some of the closing action. Of course, that last-minute choke attempt from Cade Rotolo fully swung the momentum of that one.
Andrew Tackett will never quit.
I cannot tell you the vibe in this arena right now. There are people, I've got texts flying in saying that's one of the greatest fights I've ever seen. People are literally emotional, Matt side, about the show of heart and dedication from these two athletes. Well, unfortunately, one of these two guys has to lose here tonight. Let's go ahead and find out who's going to go home.
Listen to
who's going to fight for $1 million.
They want one more.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go now to your scorecards at Ali's side with your first judge, Miha Vahavic, scoring the fight 29-27. He sees it for Ruotolo. Your second judge, Zach Maslany, 29-27, seeing it for Tackett. Your third and final judge, Chris Crail, 29-28, seeing it for the winner by split decision. Advancing to the $1 million CJI Championship, Cade Ruotolo!
Cade Ruotolo is going to take the split decision victory over Andrew Tackett and book his place in the final of the Craig Jones Invitational in what is, without doubt, one of the greatest jiu-jitsu matches to have ever happened.
Man, you could hear a pin drop in this arena while they were reading out those scores. Everybody was just waiting with bated breath. And what an amazing result. Split decision, about as fair as you could hope for, I feel.
Yeah, I mean,
look at the emotion on the face of Andrew Tackett. He literally left everything out there.
We'll wrap this up shortly, but let's first get a word with Cade. He's with Alex.
Cade Rotolo, you have a standing ovation in the crowd right now. The crowd was chanting one more match. They couldn't get enough. I don't think a match with that much action could have happened without these alley walls. So what was it like being in there with Andrew Tackett going to war?
First of all, hats off to both the Tackett brothers. You know, every time they come step out on the mats, that's what jiu-jitsu is all about right there. You know, true technique, unreal scrambles, and good people right there, you know. So hats off to the Tacketts. a match like that isn't possible just for one person. It takes two to tango like that, you know? So props off to those boys. And also William in that first round against Rocha, my gosh, those boys always don't seem to amaze me. But man, hell of a match, that's for sure, yeah. That was a lot of scrambles, for sure.
An amazing match. The Rotolos versus Tackett rivalry will go down in history for sure, but you got the best of that one, and now you're headed to the finals, going to face off against Levi. What are your thoughts going into that match?
I'm excited, you know, I'm super stoked to be here in the final. You know, Levi, obviously, I think we all know what he's here to do. I think there needs to be some sort of different as far as a stalling call for the guard players. I feel like it's too easy to be able just to sit on your back and wait for the guy to come to you, you know? You know, it's just my thoughts. To me, you know, I love playing guard too. I'm not hating on all the guard players or anything like that, but if I was to stand up and just do this the whole time and wait for you to overcommit, you know, I think I'd be getting stalling calls. And it's the same thing for when you're playing guard. So I think that needs to kind of be adjusted into the rules. But I'm super excited, nothing less, to be here in the final. Levi's got an amazing guard, and I look forward to passing it.
Go ahead and advance your name on that under 80-kilogram bracket, Cade Rotolo.
Well, guys, I've got to ask, how does he have the breath to not only do a composed speech, congratulate his dance partner for that match, but also debrief on perhaps how the rules should change?
Listen, I think that Cade's campaigning for, you know, the stalling calls is actually really good gamesmanship right before his final match against Levi. Of course, Levi competed against Cade's brother Ty earlier in this tournament. Cade really wants to get that one back. He wants $1 million, but he also, let's be honest, he wants a good jiu-jitsu match. And I think that he wants the judges and the referees to kind of say, hey, Levi, you can't just hang out and play guard, man. You've got to get after it.
I think one of the things that I want to make clear, and I'm sure you guys will agree, look, Andrew Tackett's not going to walk away with $1 million, but we have a bonus of 20 grand courtesy of Optimal Self Supplements for most exciting fighter, and he's got to be the front runner to take that bonus home.
He's got to be. I mean, that was, I don't think there's any question, that was the most exciting jiu-jitsu match that any of us have ever seen. Just the context, first of all, and then the energy of the athletes pushed into the crowd, and then the crowd kept giving it back to the athletes. I was losing my mind, dude.
Guys, we're going to have more to talk about, but first, let's get a word from, oh, of course, Renato Lorenzo showed up again.
Is this the best fucking jiu-jitsu tournament you ever been to in your life? And say, hell yeah, boy. You know, for a lot of years, people thought that the Hochola brothers was my sons, illegitimate one. And I refused to take the GNA test. And the closer he gets to the $1 million, I'm willing to think that he's really one of my prodigy, or whatever the fuck you call. I love that boy. He's light-skinned, caralho. Now, I want to ask you guys something here, okay? Everything's going so good here. We got another surprise for everybody. We're doing a giveaway here. So how many of you guys, how many in the audience got a phone like your Uncle Henachi got an iPhone in? Put your iPhone in the air. Okay. How many people out there? Okay, and how many people is like Vinny Magayush and got a fucking Android phone? Caralho. Boo. Or the green one. Okay, keep it out there. Okay, so now, everybody out there in GV land, you're getting a lot of free fights for nothing here. You didn't do nothing. You're sitting on your couch and watching that stuff for free at my expense, porra. Now, I want you to fucking take your phone and stop being a cheapskate and fucking put it up there onto the QH code we got here and fucking donate some money, you cheapskate. You fucking cheapskates out there. It's for charity. It's for a Fair Fights Foundation. You mean to tell me you can't pay a little bit there? You're paying for all that other fucking bullshit here? Come on. Have a heart. And meanwhile, donate something to your Uncle Henach while you're at it, porra. Or at least give me a piece of pussy after the fucking phone. Okay? So what do we think here, people here? Can we do that? Can you donate a little something to the people, to the kids? Probably some of my kids got out here, if I'm honest here. How many of you people is attracted to your Uncle Henach saying, caralho? Wow, that's a lot. I like that. I'm gonna do just fine here. This camel pussy jacket is not the only that I'm getting. This fucking thing here. Okay, well, unlike myself tonight, I gotta have this up. But you did the right thing. And all of you other cheapskate who is like Vinny Magan at the other tournament there, he's a piece of shit. You know, it is what it is. But don't be like Vinny Magan, okay? Don't be Vinny. Don't be a Vinny, okay? I love you guys. And you two out there. I didn't hear.
Gucci Smoothie here, reporting live from StreetX News about the new CGI merchandise collaboration. We have got the Palermo soccer jersey in beautiful pink. Of course, Palermo is one of the clubs in Italy run by the Mafia, and those mob over at ADCC, they're treating us the same, so we had to reference that one. Next, we've got a tee with money on it. Who doesn't want a tee with money on it? Lastly, the tee we've all been asking about, the They Knows tee. We're all racing to the after party. Actually, that's where I'm going right now. But jump online and buy a tee. StreetX.com.
The sport of jiu-jitsu provides so many with a bigger purpose. Jiu-jitsu becomes a part of you. You're faced with so many challenges in the sport, but skin infections shouldn't have to be one of them. And that's our mission. Defense Soap was created out of the need to fight back, because we care about this sport, the families, the athletes, the coaches. And we want to continue to protect people from skin infections, to keep you on the mat. And that's our goal here at Defense Soap, to defend what you have built.
The jiu-jitsu scene has been on fire as of late, and this is my absolute best attempt at creating the ultimate jiu-jitsu experience. Check this out. All the inch-by-inch jiu-jitsu shows back to back to back. That's 4 straight nights of awesome jiu-jitsu events. Thursday night through Sunday night. Combat Jiu-Jitsu Mexico, Thursday night. Then Medusa, Friday night. Then EBI, Saturday night. Then Combat Jiu-Jitsu Worlds, the final night on Sunday, all exclusively on UFC Fight Pass. If you've been saving money for a crazy vacation and would love to witness this madness live, for $2K, you get 5 nights at an all-inclusive 5-star resort in Cancun, Planet Hollywood, then a high-level jiu-jitsu seminar every afternoon, including Jean-Jacques Machado and Gio Martinez. And then a high-level jiu-jitsu show every goddamn evening. EBI, Combat Jiu-Jitsu Worlds, Medusa, and CJJ Mexico. 4 awesome jiu-jitsu shows for 4 straight nights. Hope y'all like it. Thank you tremendously for the support.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
Empowering the world's greatest tournaments and athletes.
We created the Craig Jones Invitational. The setup of the event is directly correlated to capturing an MMA audience and getting crossover, because like 9 out of 10 people that watch jiu-jitsu do jiu-jitsu, and we need the people that have no interest in training to like want to view it like MMA. But they were throwing stuff at us before we even announced the card, so we automatically knew, hey, we're doing something right if people are trying to buy us and we haven't even announced the bracket or the athletes we have on board. At the end of it, based on the success, there's going to be a loser, and this is how we can create the most winners, by raising money for charity. When I was 19, I moved and I worked for a family in Montana, the Chef family, and Mick Chef was like a legend, cowboy, packer, outfitter, and he became like an adopted father to me. And we lost him to cancer in July of 21. I couldn't be more happy to be working with Top Cancer Out now. Like it's super cool for me.
Jiu-jitsu nerds, we know you lose sleep watching BJJ tutorials all night. We know you guys are very, very nerdy, but we're trying to help you out and give you a way to be more cool. So let's send it to Craig Jones to find out which lucky CJI fan just won themselves a fresh Miata.
Let's give this car away. We have a full list of everyone that donated to the Fair Fight Foundation and everyone that purchased a ticket right here with my man AJ.
Good to see you. All right. Let's pick 6 numbers.
Pick 6 numbers. 4.
4.
7.
7.
0.
0.
9.
9.
1.
1.
3.
3. All right. And the winner that number doesn't come up. That's not a real number?
Wait, hold on.
Do another one.
What's the issue?
That may not be a real number. That might not be a real number. Hey, so let's make up another one. Make up another one.
Yeah, let's do it like
This is the art of live TV. Let's go.
Craig, give us another one.
Give us another round of numbers. Make it up. Let's go. Give me another 6.
6. 9. 8. 1. 3. 2.
Does this exist? Let's find out.
Sorry, I thought we sold 1 billion tickets.
Right. Nothing like watching a man use Excel. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go. 6, 9, 8, 1, 3, 2. Here it is. We got Hannah Lieberman Coco.
Hannah Lieberman Coco, I hope you are in the building because you're the proud owner of a new Mazda Miata, unfortunately.
Where is she? Hannah Lieberman Coco. Has she been found in the crowd? I see her. Come down here. I got the keys for you right here. Come on down. Come on down. We'll get you the key to this Miata. I mean, how often do you win a brand new car at a jiu-jitsu tournament? Give it up for Craig Jones for putting this on. And congratulations to our lucky winner, Hannah Lieberman Coco. Don't be jealous, don't be jealous. There's gonna be another Craig Jones Invitational, so who knows what he'll give away next. We'll send it back and award Hannah Lieberman with this brand new Miata.
Well, we're all about unique firsts here at the Craig Jones Invitational. Welcome back to us here at the Thomas & Mack Center, live in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the Craig Jones Invitational, day number 2. We've got our final set, our super fights to come, and we've also got Renato Laranja joining us booth side. How are you feeling?
You're welcome, gentlemen. I mean, what a mitzvah to have me here to join the crew.
Now, you've been getting a little bit familiar with our super fight competitors over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, very familiar. I hope to get even more familiar after this. I gotta keep my language DC.
Think of the children.
Yeah, I gotta think of the children, but it's for the children, though. At the end of the day, that's your charity, you know. I'm just trying. Wow, I have a slow hand for her. Yeah, and these children, and let's be franky, you know, there's a reason why I'm here before these lovely young ladies is do a super fight, you know.
Well, you're going to be cornering Craig Jones in his super fight coming up a little bit later against poor Gabby.
Yeah, this is something that you know, I'm in mixed feeling here. You know, I feel like he should be able to do this one, but when you see her in person, she cut a very imposing silhouette.
Well, let me ask you, what specific advice, what game plan are you giving Craig Jones coming into this battle?
You know, he tends to take everything. He's a gamey, you know, and it's a big goof and stuff like that. And you know, if he don't take this woman serious here, he's gonna slip on a banana peel. You understand? And then we all gonna suffer from that one. We're not gonna hear the end of this from every, you know, these chicken head that come to the gym and try to be doing this.
Well, what happens to Gabby if Craig wins? And what happens to Gabby if Craig footlocks her?
You know, Gabby gonna be all right. She's you know, look, it's a win-win for her. For Craig Jones, it's a lose and then lose even fucking worse.
Well, you know what? We know you've got to go and get him ready. We know you've got to go get into your gi and get him warmed up. So we'll see you again shortly on the map.
Sure, and because Mackenzie is spoken for, I guess, Fione is gonna be getting a visit from you, Uncle Hanachi, win, lose, or draw after this one. God, I gotta brush up on my Welsh for her. You understand? You know what I'm talking about. This ain't your first churrasca here, okay? Okay, so, well, sorry for the fans at home.
You're just gonna love us and leave us.
Well, I love you guys, though, more than you know.
Tail of the tape coming your way now. This is the first of our 2 super fights, and it is the most high-profile and prestigious women's match in the history of jiu-jitsu. Mackenzie Dern returns to competitive submission grappling to take on the current pound-for-pound #1, Ffion Davis. Hal, give us your thoughts on this one and the return of Mackenzie Dern.
Well, listen, I'm sorry to say this, but, you know, I feel a little bit biased because I'm from Wales. Fion's from Wales. And there aren't very many people in the country of Wales, let alone, you know, on the international jiu-jitsu scene. So I kind of feel like I have to support my own here. But, of course, all credit to Mackenzie. She is an incredible athlete. Of course, she is a very, very high-level jiu-jitsu competitor. However, having made that transition to the world of MMA, she's coming back to her roots to take on the pound-for-pound #1 in the world, Ffion Davis. That's not an easy task, but I'm going to try and stay objective on this one.
Brandon, you want to hold it down for the Americans here? What are your thoughts on this bout?
Well, I was talking to Mackenzie in the lead up to this event, and she said, listen, I have been in MMA, but I haven't been neglecting my jiu-jitsu. And we're going to see a brand of jiu-jitsu that's a little more hard-nosed, a little bit tougher than what maybe we used to see from her when she was the jiu-jitsu goat there for a little bit. She's going to come out here, she's going to try to get top position, and she's going to try to dominate Ffion, but that's Fion's game too. She's an incredible guard passer. This is a total headbutt with these 2 styles. Yeah, and I think it could go either way.
When you think about the physicality of Mackenzie Dern, now that she's been putting on some muscle mass, she's been getting, you know, very successful in UFC with her mixed martial arts career, we're going to see something just a little bit different here. And if you think back to her competitive jiu-jitsu days, she was already known as being one of the toughest around.
Yeah, however, I've talked to multiple male training partners of Ffion Davis, and they've all told me, listen, Fionn doesn't even feel like a woman when you train with her. She is an incredibly physically gifted grappler. She's just physical in her approach to everything. She just blasts through into takedowns, blasts through into guard passes, smashes on submissions. Very, very physically imposing. That's why she's had so much success. And yeah, Mackenzie's got great technique. She's a great athlete. She's been trained in MMA. But it really is, like you said, it's going to be a clash in the middle. And I think it's going to be a case of who breaks who first.
And you look at the training room that Fionn Davies has had recently in her jiu-jitsu career, being up at Essential Jiu-Jitsu with JT Torres and those kind of guys up there. That's just murderer's row.
Listen, Davis trains with, like you said, JT Torres. She trains with her boyfriend, Gabriel Souza. They've had an incredible camp for CJI and ADCC simultaneously. And I think the results of that are going to hold her in good stead in this match.
Well, I think Mackenzie is not going to be somebody who's intimidated by Fionn, though. I think Fionn, a lot of times she comes out here and she cuts an imposing figure. She's so dominant. She's so physical, especially for the ladies' divisions. And then she's physical with technique on the other side of it. But that's not going to intimidate Mackenzie at all. She's been getting hit in the face and kicked in the head for the last 7 years. Mackenzie's coming out here to win, and I believe she's got a good opportunity to do just that.
Well, let's see and get this one underway. This is the first of your 2 super fights, Mackenzie Dern and Fionn Davis.
Ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural Craig Jones Invitational now presents the most sought-after matchup in the history of women's submission grappling. In tonight's first super fight, we're set for 3 5-minute rounds as we welcome first to the alley the absolutely dominant BJJ practitioner, having recently won multiple titles in both gi and no gi. She's accomplished many historical firsts for this sport, for her country, and for herself. Widely recognized as the pound-for-pound #1 from Swansea, Wales. She trains out of Essential BJJ, New York City. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2022 ADCC World Champion, Fionn Davis. And now, inside the alley, we witness the return of the world-class competitor, having left the sport while at the top. Now, she's also an accomplished top 10 ranked UFC mixed martial artist, having won every major grappling title. She is universally recognized as one of the all-time greats. She represents Team Megaton, fighting out of Huntington Beach, California, the former ADCC World Champion, presenting Mackenzie Dern.
Well, I don't know how many of us ever expected to see the return of Mackenzie Dern to competitive submission grappling. You think back to 2015, she picked up the ADCC, she won Worlds, she won No-Gi Worlds. Absolutely dominant, left the sport a couple of years later and has racked up a 14-5 pro mixed martial arts record. Actually fought just 2 weeks ago, picking up a victory at UFC on ABC. And she has a tough test tonight. Fionn Davies, the accolades are never-ending. 4-time No-Gi world champion, 2-time world champion, and the current reigning ADCC champion.
Man, look at the intensity on Mackenzie's face. She's coming into this, and of course she knows how good Fionn is, and Fionn's bullying her forward up against it. But the look on Mackenzie's face, it looks to me that she's completely ready for a scrap. But the pressure of Fionn immediately putting Mackenzie down to the mat here.
Yeah, and this passing position, Brandon, it's Mackenzie's bread and butter.
Leg will be there. Legs in your head.
Mackenzie has to keep a very close eye on this knee cut. Fionn, one of the best knee cut passers on the planet, male or female. And she's getting a lot of pressure forward here against Mackenzie with her pressed up against this alley wall.
You know, this is the thing, right? neither of them have had a lot of time to customize to the alley. Of course, Mackenzie's got a ton of experience in the cage now, and, you know, with 19 fights inside the octagon, but she's never felt what it's like up against that ramp, against the angled wall, and it's not the same as the fence.
And she's going to try this sit-up here. Fionn powers forward, puts her down again. But she's off the wall now, so it's going to be a little bit easier for her to maybe get back to the feet or at least play her guard game.
And Fionn's putting on the smash. Look at that.
Yeah, a lot of pressure coming forward. She's going to try and pummel those legs over the top to the mount position. She gets the side control, though. Looking to lace up that arm as well.
She's got that arm isolated, elbow totally out of position on both sides.
We're only 90 seconds into this match, and just over 90 seconds, and she's already in top position. And don't be surprised if you see her go for the far side armbar. You know, with a bit of a judo background before she even got started in MMA or submission grappling or jiu-jitsu, you know, she has an absolutely wicked juji gatami. That could be one of her main attacks in this match.
Yeah, she's looking to put this knee on the belly. We've seen her pop up a couple of times. Here comes that arm side, that far side spin.
Well, maintaining control on top. Yeah, Fionn Davies was a Welsh and British Open junior champion in judo. Started submission grappling in 2013 when she was having a go at mixed martial arts.
Nice save on the mount attempt by Fionn. Mackenzie using that old Mike Fowler trick, sneaking out the back door and recovering the half guard on the other side. Fionn in good position here, though, to start working this famous knee cut pass.
I just, you know, I was kind of like doing my research, getting prepped for this, and I pulled out an insane stat that Fionn is undefeated in her last 15 submission grappling and jiu-jitsu matches. She's riding such great momentum, and she's putting this momentum on right here against Mackenzie. It's one-way traffic right now.
Well done, managing to just about retain a semblance of half guard here. She's got that big underhook, but a lot of pressure on top from the very physical Davies.
Fionn attacking the head, trying to neutralize the underhook that Mackenzie has on that same side, but Mackenzie does a fine job, pushes her back out, and she's in a much safer position to get some good work done from here.
Now, that's actually a pretty decent recovery from Dern there. You know, Mackenzie's now, she's got space. She's got a little bit of range to work from. And she's got a really, really good open guard. And from bottom, one of her best attacks is the omoplata.
And we saw her attacking almost a faux gogo plata really early on in the match here.
Oh, well, Davies, sitting back on a footlock.
Look at the way that she just throws Mackenzie back down, though.
I mean, you think about, you know, Mackenzie Dern, she had a lot of fans. She was one of the people to have multiple matches with Gabby Garcia, outweighed by, you know, who knows how many pounds, and eventually actually came out on top there.
Listen, Mackenzie knows what it's like to deal with pressure. She's fought in the absolute division many, many, many times in gi and no gi. And that is beautiful movement from Fionn Davies. And again, she's now in this top side control position.
Right side of the hoop. We're going to see that knee on the belly again.
Look at the pressure, the shoulder of justice there briefly from Fionn. She's fishing for the far arm though, right, Brandon?
Definitely. Mackenzie does a good job of trying to get up, but look at this Nelson here. Fionn going to expose the back.
Be a back take here from Davies. That leg's a little bit tied up though.
Look at this creative positioning, putting her weight down on the head of Mackenzie Dern, trying to roll her through. Nice job, freeze that hook. She's riding a little bit high here, trying to make space to get her feet in for these hooks.
There's only 20 seconds left here.
She
gets her flattened.
That is a very strong finish to this round. She probably won't get the submission in this short time remaining, just over 10 seconds. But that is a very powerful position to end out this round.
The question is, how are we going to score this one? Is it a 10-9 or is it enough for the judges to rack up a 10-8 on the scorecards?
Listen, if I'm a judge, given the amount of positional control here and finishes strong like that, I'm probably going to score that a 10-8, but we'll see how it goes.
Well, no close submission, so I think I would probably call it a 10-9, but just positionally and dominance-wise, a 10-8 does make a little bit of sense.
Well, we'll get the scores to you in just a few moments. Let's look back at some of the replays. Guys, give us your thoughts on those initial scrambles.
Well, Fionn just pressing forward so hard, and Mackenzie, you could tell she's used to working on the wall, so she expected the wall to be there for her.
Doesn't feel the same.
With this slant and angled wall, that wall worked against her, and it ended up putting her in a really bad position. She's going to have to think about that as Fionn presses forward
and listen,
in round two.
I said it in the intro, I'll say it again. I think that a major factor as well was the physicality. You know, if Mackenzie came out hard and she met the brick wall that is Fionn pushed her around the alley. She threw her against the side of the alley and then threw her down and just multiple times past the guard.
So scores coming in now, and it is going to be 10-8 across the board for Fionn Davis, a very commanding lead. And look at the expression on the face of Mackenzie Dern as they get underway here.
Well, you know, she's been through the crucible, right? She's felt the most pressure you could possibly feel in combat sports. She's felt it in gi, in no gi.
Huge Haragoshi off the standing head and arm.
And look at Mackenzie still fighting.
Well, she's got
making
a transition. Let's see what Davis can get working off the
Fionn's on the arm. Fionn's on the arm. She's got an armbar here from a reverse triangle.
The hips extended. She's dropping in, rolls Dern over. Trying to get the extension. She can't quite find the angle. Locks up the triangle as well.
Mackenzie's still alive for now. If that arm goes in,
she gets the tap. Fionn Davis submits Mackenzie Dern in the second round.
What a play, the 2-on-1 off the feet into the big throw. And look at these ladies, they threw down for all of women's jiu-jitsu. And listen to the crowd respond.
What a finishing sequence from Fionn Davis. We can't wait to show you that again. It was so fluid, so dynamic, and just technically unstoppable. Here it is, guys.
And it was only 44 seconds in the second round. You know, Mackenzie came out and she knew that she was down after that first round, but maybe a little too eager because just Fionn, she used that forward momentum to toss Mackenzie down, snagged the arm in the process.
Changing it into the bent arm lock, too. That was gorgeous play. Just following the tension, following the pressure, finding the place where the arm absolutely didn't want to go, getting a big finish. That was incredible.
I mean, she made it work
to find a way out, but yeah, Fionn.
She made it work for that at the end, blimey.
Fionn was like a dog on a bone. She did not want to let that go, and she had to twist it and crank it, but to get that. Oh, man, that was a nasty arm lock.
What a finish. Let's go ahead and get the official decision.
Wait. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's super fight, it comes to an end. 44 seconds into round number 2 for the winner by submission. And your first CJI Super Fight champion, Fionn
Fionn Davis, you got it done. Second round submission. Mackenzie is so talented, but man, you are unstoppable.
Thank you. Appreciate it's a really hard fight. Mackenzie feels super strong. And thank you to her for taking it. And I mean, she had an MMA fight 2 weeks ago that she won, so give it up to her for that.
Just 2 weeks ago, Mackenzie Dern won her UFC fight. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, no, it's really, really cool. And fair play to her for taking the fight. And yeah, I'm just delighted to be here.
And I see a lot of people in the crowd wearing shirts saying, I'm in my basic bitch knee cut era. So we got a lot of support in the crowd all over though. You are the face of women's jiu-jitsu. You are such an inspiration, and you are the one that has spoken out about wanting change. And now you put on such a performance to back up the fact that women bring the entertainment in jiu-jitsu. How does it feel?
Thank you. No, it's amazing, and I really think we need a women's division in this. It's an amazing show. I'm really happy to be here, but the women are being left out time and time again. It's time for that to end, and I think we should bring a women's division next time.
We would love to see that. We love you, Fionn. Congratulations on that super fight win.
It's all love here at CJI. Wow, guys, what a performance from Ffion Davies. Just technically and physically unstoppable.
Listen, Davies just cemented her position there as the pound-for-pound #1 in the world with an extremely solid submission against the very tough Mackenzie Dern. If there were any questions that Fion's the best in the world right now, I think she just answered it right there.
Not just the best in the world right now. I think Ffion just cemented her status as the best female to ever do it in the history of jiu-jitsu.
I'm not so sure I'd go that far, Brandon.
You've riled up.
I'm talking about.
Listen, she's my country
pound
person.
for pound, head for head. Tell me who's gonna beat Ffion Davies.
I can give you a number of names. I'm not going to get into the argument right now.
You can't, Howell.
I obviously love Ffion. You know, we share the same spirit from being from Wales, but she's got a little while to go before we can call her the Lady Goat, but she's on the right track.
Guys, what a super fight that was. We have, of course, got a very big super fight coming your way in just a few moments. But first, if you need a little bit more focus, we have the solution for you. Our sponsor, Newtonic, has provided $50,000 for submission of the event. We'll keep you posted on how that is going as the night progresses. But fuel your focus with the now viral productivity hack, Newtonic, formulated to optimize cognitive function by enhancing focus, concentration, memory, energy, and mental clarity to help you tackle your work with a sharper mental edge. Well, it is our pleasure to welcome another guest into the booth, Mr. Ronnie Chang. How are you doing?
Thank you. Thanks for letting me join you guys. I watched for 9 hours yesterday. You guys are killing it for 9 freaking hours.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, you guys are professional from the first minute to the last. I was in New York City last night at like 3 a.m. and you guys are still like going for it. Yeah, way to go. So you know, hats off to you three. Thanks for doing
we
it.
appreciate it. Thank you for joining us here. Most people may not know you're an absolute jiu-jitsu fanatic.
You know, I don't dare to claim it. I love it. I'm here. I couldn't explain to my wife what I was doing here. None of the words I was telling her made any sense to her. Like, hey, I'm going, there's ADCC and CJI is trying to do a rival organization and Craig is fighting a woman and she was like, I don't know what
She thought you were getting into a gang fight.
Yeah, she said you're going to Vegas to do drugs.
Dude, you didn't know you were kind of getting into a gang fight with this CJI ADCC stuff.
Yeah.
You knew that you were going to see history here this weekend. That's why you're here, right?
Yes, no, look at the vibe here. It's great. I've been watching, like I said, I watched for 9 hours yesterday, and today I've been watching every match. I'm like sweating through my t-shirt just watching everybody fight. Some great fights. I mean,
Attack it, Cade. What did you think?
I mean, that felt like the final, right? The way, I can't imagine the next match, what that's going to be like. And even that was cool to see, kind of like a intergenerational women's jiu-jitsu fight. You know, I kind of know Ffion. I'm with Jay Torres and Marcus, the guys from Essential, sitting next to them. They're giving me the lowdown the whole time, and so I kind of knew how. I was rooting for Ffion, but you know, it was cool to see that intergenerational fight. And look at the vibe here. Look at the production value here. You guys are wearing suits. You know, you're wearing ties. It's a good vibe in here.
Yeah, you mentioned intergenerational. We're going intergender next with the next super fight. What are your thoughts on Craig versus Gabby?
I think it's interesting. You got Craig Jones, guard player. Probably this feels like a Z guard versus leg lock versus Gabby's mother milk smother.
Smash and ground.
Yeah, smash and ground. So it's almost like the two styles. Yeah, if Craig can keep himself from having any erections, I think he could come out with this. He's battling his own nature here, but if he can stay professional, I think he can come away with this. Yeah.
I want to ask Ronnie, obviously, you're an amazing comedian. We love your work, but
thank you.
I want to ask your opinion, your professional opinion of what you think about Craig Jones. Funniest man in jiu-jitsu?
So funny, like just the comedy bones, great. And it's like mental jiu-jitsu, right? When you're using comedy in jiu-jitsu, it's like the trash talking doesn't work. He just like Tai Chi's it away with comedy, and it's a form of it's kind of a form of a competitive advantage in a way. You can't get to this guy because he and he said it a few times. I just love his philosophy towards it. He says like, look, this in the end we're just sweaty guys rolling around. We shouldn't take this seriously. That's his words, not mine. And so you can tell that's the way he expresses himself. And because of that, I don't know, I think it makes him looser. It's harder to get in his head. I think he gets into people's head a lot, clearly. You know, this feels like this might as well be a ADCC trolling tournament. You know, everyone here who's, you know, we got Gordon Ryan's car. Like, the whole thing is, it's fun.
We have a lot of new people tuning in tonight. A lot of people, this is the first, you know, real extended jiu-jitsu competition they've seen. What would you say to them if they're thinking, hey, you know what, this looks kind of cool, I might want to give this a go? What would you say?
I would say jiu-jitsu is great for mental health. It's a great way to stay fit. What you're seeing right now is the equivalent of watching the NBA Finals. So you're watching Michael Jordan dunk from the free throw line right now, and we should not be attempting some of these moves. You know, but that's not to say that you can't play basketball. So yeah, playing basketball is great, and I love that this can become more of a spectator sport where we watch it the way we watch NFL. We don't have to play NFL to enjoy it, you know, and we can watch jiu-jitsu and without having to be a black belt, just to appreciate and enjoy it. You know?
We're, of course, raising money for good causes, good charities this evening through the Fair Fight Foundation. Tap Cancer Out, Academy Christos. There's a QR code on the screen right now for you guys to donate. Remember, Tap Cancer Out, every dollar that we raise for them is getting treble via an anonymous donor. And, of course, Rich Byrne, the CEO of Kasai, matching dollar for dollar. I got one last question for you, Ronnie. How much are you going to donate?
Oh, dude, my time is, you know, I charge right now whatever I'm donating right now. No, I'm gonna definitely QR. I'm gonna buy some T-shirts. I'm gonna, you know, I'm not here to take advantage of anything. I'm so grateful to be invited here, and like you said, it's for a great cause as well. So the whole thing is such a good vibe, don't you think? Sometimes like
it's a party atmosphere, man.
It's party atmosphere. Sometimes this stuff can get very like
grabby almost.
Yeah, it can get very kind of like macho and like a little toxic, but like this isn't that vibe at all. This is like a cool, you know, it's sports, it's entertainment, it's good vibes, it's for a good cause. We're about to see a man fight a woman, you know, like but it's all in good fun.
I thought you said it wasn't toxic.
For charity.
Well, Ronnie, it's been a pleasure having you join us here in the booth. We're very happy you're here, and you know, let you enjoy the rest of your evening. But thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming through.
Tail of the tape for your intergender super fight coming up next. This is the big one. It is Craig Jones taking on Gabby Garcia.
Really good.
This is the super fight you have all been waiting for. We've given you several thoughts on it. Let us just get Ronnie on his way here. Thank you. B-Mac, Howell, before we endure whatever it is we're about to endure, any last words?
Last words for Craig, maybe, because I think that Gabby's going to try and bury him here in the alley.
Yeah, you know, okay, it's spectacle, right? But if we're trying to analyze this from a sports perspective, you got to think big money riding on Craig. Even Craig really believes that at the end of the day because he put his own money on the line. But wouldn't you love to see Gabby win this? Almost just to spite Craig in his own event. It would just be the ultimate.
I like Ronnie's prediction of mother's milk. That would be something. Guys, this is going to be a lot of fun, and this is one of the ones you've all been waiting for. This is Craig Jones taking on Gabby Garcia.
Ladies and gentlemen from Las Vegas, 3 years in the making, and it's the Craig Jones Invitational that brings you this historic moment. In tonight's second super fight, the much anticipated intergender showdown is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds or less. First, making her way to the alley at 6'4", weighing in at 300 pounds, says Craig. But she is the most decorated female BJJ athlete of all time and reigned over her division for over a decade. Now with multiple world titles to her credit, she's focused only on smashing the blundering beast-sider from down under. Please welcome from Porto Alegre, Brazil, fighting out of Alliance, Eastvale, California, the 4-time ADCC Women's World Champion, Gabby And now to make his illustrious walk to the alley at 5'10", weighing in at a meek 175 pounds even, the two-time ADC silver medalist, the dynamic and innovative perennial second-teamer finds himself torn now between competition and attraction while simultaneously somehow evolving into an outspoken agent of change focused only on the fair fight. Ladies and gentlemen, by way of his native Australia, fighting out of Austin, Texas, this is the natural-born leader of the B team, introducing Craig Jones!
Oh my God. What is happening in my life right now?
For some reason, it's become our job to put words to this. Craig Jones, three-time Polaris champ, two-time second place ADC
Oh my God, thank God, but Craig is actually putting some shorts on.
The crowd He enters the alley against Gabby Garcia, four-time ADCC world champ, six-time IBJJF world champ, 71 victories in her competitive career. And ladies and gentlemen, Craig Jones quickly out on the legs. Heavy pressure from Gabby Garcia to sprawl here.
Listen, the crowd, they paid their money to be here. They were disappointed when Craig put his clothes back on.
We found Craig's line. He wasn't even willing to do that.
So one of the running jokes here has been, you know, Craig is wondering what his method of victory is going to be. And there's a bit of a side wager as to whether he can footlock Gabby Garcia.
Oh my God.
Well, she's in on a body lock here, trying to drive forward, work her way to the back. Gonna get tossed here, perhaps.
And, you know, they were joking about it in the measurements earlier on. They said that Gabby was 300 pounds. They said Craig's 175. He's not, but he's still significantly smaller than Gabby. That is absolute fact.
Playing half guard here.
Oh.
It's the triangle.
There you go, my brother.
Oh, we got Renato Laranja in the corner as well.
Nice to see he got his gi on finally.
The braid is in the way. You gotta move the braid. You gotta move the braid, my brother.
Craig coming around to the back triangle here.
Yeah, triangle on top.
It's not gonna work. There's too much space from the braid.
Well, Gabby Garcia, she's in a bit of trouble here early.
That's a horse weave. You gotta watch out for that.
Manages to extract her leg. She's driving forward, trying to sit Jones down.
I think Gabby's going to try and smash him now that she's out in the fun and games. You know, Gabby's taking this one seriously, and she's known for her grinding pressure.
Looking to come up on the body lock.
Craig with the
Reverse by
reversal.
Jones now.
I touched you that one. You see the bump sweep.
Getting that arm stretched out up against the wall here.
Never mind that New Zealand.
Rolling through the back.
Now you're gonna slip on a banana peel now. Never mind the Eddie Bravo bullshit.
Oh,
straight
jump
over the
flying
mount.
mounts.
That's high. Yeah, now.
Pushing him up. Let's go.
Let's grab your chest. You grab that one back. Show her you mean business, Carolina.
Toe hold from Craig Jones.
You're gonna get athletes of each.
And in a straight footlock battle against Gabby here. She's going belly down.
Watch your
Get a lot of pressure on it. Jones not bothered though. Heel slips out.
Watch the fucking knee line.
Oh,
he
Craig
moves them out.
smoothly moves over into the top position.
And the braid just blind her from that one. She have an Indian's burn. Yes, use that to your advantage. Now she don't know if she's coming or going for her.
2 minutes left in this first round. Craig Jones having it all his way here as he moves to the back
There you go.
and looks for the arm bar.
Watch your feet. Never cross the street. Never cross the feet. Okay.
Craig actually listening to Renato Laranja's coaching advice.
I don't know if that's the best idea, perhaps. He's going to come on top in a leg drag here.
Okay.
Garcia's going to try and bail out on a leg.
Let's go.
Watch your fuck. Do I need to speak Australian for you to listen to me?
Garcia looking at a potential toe hold here.
Who can speak Australian here? Watch the bloody knee line. I got a channel, João Adena here. Yes. You're safe here.
Jones moving around.
Okay, never mind the twist.
Going to the truck here.
She's impervious to the twist. I tried though.
Into the last minute. Wrist control for Garcia. One-way traffic here, though.
Nice.
Brandon Howell, which way are you going to score this one as time is moving towards the end of round number 1?
I mean, I think we got to score.
Never mind that.
Score it for Craig. He had the positions. He got them out. He took the almost took the back a couple of times.
No real submission attempts, though, so perhaps just a 10-9.
He touched that toe hold there for a second, kind of let it go.
Ooh, stepping over again.
19 seconds left. Is he going to get the finish?
You're getting greedy.
Oh, no, Gabby's on top.
Well, not long left for her to work.
Short chain! Craig Jones. Get up and look back for the judges.
Well, time expires. We're through round number 1. Gabby Garcia is going to return to her corner.
I'm calling it 10-9 Jones.
Well, we'll get the scorecards coming in shortly.
Never mind foreplay, you're gonna slip on a fucking banana peel. Do you need me to speak Australian to you? You're fucking losing, mate. You're fucking losing the match, mate. You're stay in the flaming crows, mate. Stay in the flaming crows. You fucking flaming galore. You gotta listen to me, mate. You thought Vinny Mobilation was tough. This bloody Sheila will kill you.
Well, perhaps unsurprisingly, 10-9s across the board going the way of Craig Jones.
Oh, and the crowd did not like that at all. They do not like the fact that Craig is leading the scores.
That's high. That's the high score.
So Gabby Garcia with a second crack here from the standing position, and a Imanari roll attempt from Craig Jones. Sprawled on top by Garcia.
Craig getting into his octopus guard. Turns her over.
Here you go,
with
my
it.
brother. I'm gonna speak Australian the rest of the match.
Bora, Gabi. Bora, Gabi.
You don't fucking beat this Sheila, you're gonna end up back in the anal line. Like fucking Neville Bartels.
Well, Jones, top position here, having it all his way again. He locks up the figure 4 Kimura grip. Is he going to get a submission here?
Give him the Kiwi,
I think we all know he can pretty much finish this at any time.
Well, the problem is he put all that money on himself to win by leg lock.
Yeah,
so he's got a specific path to true victory for himself.
Yeah, athletically, it's very hard to compare men and women, and you can see.
Oh, he might go for the twister. He's going to go for the twister.
Go for a twister. Craig Jones locking that in. He's trying to get the spine crank.
Don't do it, Mike. Don't you fucking do it, Mike. You're going to make Eddie Bravo look good. We'll never hear the fucking end of it, Mike. Don't fucking do it, Mike.
He's got the arm isolated. Oh my God, he's gonna go for the twister for real. He's in position. He's gonna crank it.
He's got the submission attempt here. All he's got to do is pull, and the torsion on the spine is going to be too much. Gabby Garcia is going to be forced to tap. He's trying to be kind here, I feel, but
the question is Craig willing to snap Gabby's spine to finish this?
I wonder, indeed, does he have that killer instinct?
I mean, he's putting a lot of pressure on her. It slips.
Thanks to my claw.
Oh, for the calf crush. That's a leg lock. I mean, that qualifies,
Trying to get the
right?
pull.
That's nothing too hard. There you go. Keep it old school.
Gabby showing some resilience in those positions. The twister definitely was on.
Oh, big squeeze coming in from Jones now across the face.
He's going to try to break her teeth out to win this thing.
Back control, you can hear the crunching.
Oh, this is
Does she want to tap? Big squeeze from Jones.
She's not really even addressing the hands.
Don't tell me he's going to put her unconscious.
Oh my God, he has to adjust.
Yeah, he's having trouble dealing with the hair here.
Yes, get out. Sai daí.
Going back to the well on the legs.
Oh, switching off
Here
now.
we go,
This
inside heel hook. Got good position. He's going to get the strong bridge. Heel slip from Garcia, though. She manages to hide that heel well. And Jones dig in. He's got the grip.
Throwing some shrimping, man.
Bridging laterally into the knee.
Is he willing to break her legs? I mean, she's not even addressing it.
That's what she's touting him to do, right? It's an interesting tactic. He's telling her that you have to be willing to actually hurt me here.
Oh my God, that's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure.
Says no. Is Craig Jones really that mean?
Well, Craig broke plenty of legs on his Eastern European tour, but he's not willing to do it here in Vegas.
She's trained under Professor Scholes.
There we go.
Gabby trading off now to a straight ankle lock, and now we got another one.
Another big heel hook.
Oh my God, brutal.
She shakes her head again.
She don't have a tendonitis in there. She don't have a tendonitis. You abort mission, abort.
Well, he's going to roll through to potentially the back again, another truck position.
I mean, he's going to have to strangle her. He had two really, really deep heel hooks.
I mean, in all seriousness, right, genuinely, it never occurred to me that if she just refuses to tap, he has to be willing to hurt her.
None of this shit is
and I don't know if he is.
Listen, Craig has messed around with Gabby non-stop over the last couple of months in the lead up to this.
Oh, this is it right here.
There's no real ill will here, but yeah, he might have to put her to sleep because I don't think she's willing to tap.
Big squeeze coming in.
She does!
The rear naked choke gets the job done. Craig Jones victorious over Gabby Garcia in the second round.
Craig Jones is the world's first jiu-jitsu intergender champion.
That's what I thought. Like we said.
And listen to the crowd respond to what these two awesome athletes have done for the jiu-jitsu community. They're on their feet at the Thomas and Mack for Craig Jones and Gabby Garcia.
I mean, you want to talk about what just happened. What they did over the last couple of months is generate so much interest in this tournament, in this prize money, and that's had people tune in and see some of these amazing athletes, their phenomenal accomplishments, the heart and the grit that some of these jiu-jitsu competitors display. And that, I think, is worth every single bit of what we've just seen. There's the finish at the end.
And smiles on the face of both of them. And I think that really does a great job of kind of manifesting what the real culture and what the real attitude about this entire event has been. The lead up to it, the event itself. Craig and Gabby, they've been on the same team this whole time, pushing for the jiu-jitsu community. And look what they've done for all of us.
Well, let's go ahead and get the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside the alley, it comes to an end officially with 21 seconds left into round number 2. That tap by way finally of a rear naked choke. So he is the winner of the CJI Super Fight, Craig Jones.
Craig Jones looking a little bit sweaty after that endeavor. Had to work for it across 2 rounds.
Listen, I like what Brandon said, that they're really doing this to bring eyes to jiu-jitsu, and that's exactly what they accomplished here this weekend.
Well, let's go and get a word with Craig. He is with Alex. Oh, Gabby first. I apologize.
I am standing by with Gabby Garcia, the GOAT. I mean, it takes two to tango. And you have been an amazing sport through all the build-up to this super fight. So how does it feel now that you finally got it done and you can put this rivalry with Craig in the past?
I'm super... I want to cry because I see all this...
The community loves you, Gabby. The community loves you.
Guys, thank you for everybody who come here. Thank you, Craig, for what you did for the sport, man, is amazing. And the Hall of Fame for me is you guys, you know, because when I die, the medal, the plate don't go with me, but I go be alive in all you guys. And one plate, one medal, never fight for medal. Fight for like what you love, what you believe. And I believe our sport can be bigger than ever. And today I win this match because everybody, what people can say, it's a joke or they don't agree, I call self-respect because I do whatever I want and I don't give a fuck for nothing. And for like everyone who like, you know, think this show not happen and make a joke about us, motherfuckers.
The crowd loves you. Give it up for Gabby Garcia one more time, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey. I compete like ATC for 18 years. And today is the day when my brother died, the 17th. And it's for you, brother, for you, my mom, my dad, my family. And for you guys, who jump like for CJI and don't trust like on us, now sit down and watching the show because the numbers don't lie. And for you, Mo, pick up like the Hall of Fame and look at this here. This is my Hall of Fame.
Hell yeah! Gabby Garcia, ladies and gentlemen.
Gabby dropping bars out there.
Yeah.
On this side. I am here with Craig Jones. Now, Craig, you had a few leg lock opportunities there, but was it just the love that you have for Gabby that made you not want to torque on those?
I honestly couldn't break it. I think with the right training and a rematch, we could get the collaboration after all. That's really why I did this.
We really wanted that OnlyFans collaboration, so what are we going to do now?
I have to do it again, I think.
Hanato. We'll do a rematch.
No, should do the collab.
Oh, we'll do the collab, even without even without the leg lock submission. We got the OnlyFans collab. Hanato, were you at all disappointed with him not getting the leg lock submission?
Look, I don't care even about this here. It's not me. He thinks it's all me who did this one. It's my God. And I can't be more proud to this guy.
It seems like everything came together when you started speaking Australian. Good job, Hanato, and even better job to Craig Jones, winning that super fight against Gabby Garcia. Give it up.
Also for me.
Guys, Gabby just committed to the OnlyFans collab, so obviously throw a few dollars that way. Gabby sacrificed her Hall of Fame in the ADCC to do this match, which I think is kind of crazy. I was going to come here today and announce I was going to take over ADCC, but I think we do a better job.
Give it up one more time
Well, folks, Craig Jones, Gabby Garcia, what they've done here is put eyeballs on the beauty of this fantastic sport, the community that it can build, the self-respect, the dedication that it builds in people. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out that Gabby Garcia is donating a large chunk of her proceeds, and so is the Fight Foundation, to support the Happiest Child Institute in the flood-devastated Brazilian state of Rio Grande do Sul. They're going to provide impoverished children with essentials like food, clothing, and school supplies. And guys, that was really an emotional and meaningful speech from Gabby.
Listen, it seems like fun and games. Yeah, there's a bit of a circus atmosphere around it, but the mission really was about bringing as much visibility to this event as possible, to raise as much donations as possible, to support the various charitable causes that CJI has partnered with, and yes, you know, to try and just show everybody how interesting and how cool jiu-jitsu can be. Seems like fun, but there's a really powerful message behind it for sure.
Yeah, and mission accomplished. Eyeballs. I mean, I was watching the live stream just trying to keep up with the numbers. We hit our peak right there during that Gabby versus Craig match. This has been just an incredible atmosphere. It's an incredible culture that we put together. And I think it's just an extension of what the jiu-jitsu culture actually is, what jiu-jitsu actually represents. And it's like a brotherhood all over the world. And it's a coming together of people from different backgrounds, from different experiences, and doing something really special and meaningful. And I think the Craig Jones Invitational has been a home run in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, you heard from Seth earlier, right? He said, you know, we're going around the world meeting all these people who are using jiu-jitsu to change lives because it's such a connecting thing in the sport. We all know, we travel a lot. You go to another country, you get a gym, you got a new family straight away.
Jiu-jitsu is a common language that binds us all together. There's a global grappling community that I think all of us are really proud to be part of, and we're proud to have you all supporting this event. Just one more time, I would really like to give props to both Craig and Gabby.
For sure.
Gabby, for as she said, she passed up on her potential ADCC Hall of Fame entry this weekend by choosing to do CJI instead. It's also the anniversary of her brother's death. That is a very emotional moment in itself. So Gabby, you know, she plays the clown a little bit, she acts it up, but she came in here and she put all that aside because she understood that this was for a greater purpose. Craig, again, likes to play the clown, likes to joke around, but there's always a very clear vision and an objective with everything that he wants to achieve, and I think CJI has definitely done that this weekend. $2 million on the line for our two tournament winners, elevating the sport, mission accomplished.
Yeah, now let's think about that, guys. This is the point. We got to reset. We got to bring it all down. We've got a couple of $1 million to hand out. Let's go ahead, take a look at that over 80 kilo bracket. Remind ourselves how we got here and who's in the running for the cash. And there you see it, over 80 kilos. Nick Rodriguez, 3 fights, 3 submission victories. He is on an absolute tear and a mission to get this $1 million. Felipe Andrew, on the other hand, couple of decisions coming his way through, but a fantastic performance against Ignacio Santos, where we really saw some of his technical attacks pay dividends. And guys, this is such a fantastic clash of styles. Let's go ahead and take a look at the tail of the tape. And there you have it, Nick Rodriguez versus Felipe Andrew. All things being relatively equal, Rodriguez a little bit heavier. But guys, for one last time tonight, talk to me about the clash of styles that this bout now represents.
For sure. So Nick Rodriguez, as we've said, you know, super locked in, mentally probably the best shape he's ever been in. I think this is a case of him just maturing as an athlete and as a grappler. He's now a black belt after all. He's recently become a father for the first time. And, you know, the work that he's been doing on his jiu-jitsu game, he's ready to show that to the world. 3 matches, 3 submissions, but a very tough opponent in final in Felipe Andrew. As we've seen, a submission sniper who can also handle himself against very big, very strong, very physical opponents. So that possibly is the most dangerous opponent that Nicky Rod to hope to face in this final. So it's an interesting one. It's going to be really cool for me to see how both of these guys implement a game plan and strategy to come out of here with $1 million.
Well, Felipe Andrew is, as you said, a submission sniper. We know he's got that deadly triangle. We know know he's got that backside 50-50 finish in the game, the straight ankle lock. And if he's gonna beat Nicky Rodriguez, he's gonna have to break him or put him to sleep. Nicky will never tap with $1 million on the line, and Nicky Rod is in his buzzsaw era. He's coming out here to try to run through Felipe Andrew, and he wants the finish, and he wants to walk out as the first ever winner of $1 million in the sport of jiu-jitsu.
And you know what? Let's just go ahead and hand this thing out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your over 80 kilo final. Nick Rodriguez and Felipe Andrew.
Tonight from the Thomas and Mack Center here at the inaugural Craig Jones Invitational. The time has come for the first of tonight's $1 million CJI Championships. And we'll kick it off with the over 80 kilogram division. We are set for 5-minute rounds as we introduce to the alley first, representing Alliance. He's fighting out of San Diego, California, by way of his native Brazil. Please welcome Felipe Andrew. And now set to make his way to the alley with 3 straight submission victories en route to the finals. He represents the B team out of Austin, Texas, the 2-time ADCC silver medalist. This is Nicky Rod. Please welcome Nick Rodriguez.
Well, folks, we made it here after a couple of dozen matches and a few decades of growing the sport. We're going to give out $1 million to one of these two men.
You ready? Are you ready? Let's fight.
Nick Rodriguez, Felipe Andrew. Here we go.
Ooh, okay, that was an interesting start. I think that Felipe's actually going to try and wrestle him.
Lazy overtime.
Okay.
Okay, commentators curse Bit Hal straight away, but
Get those feet
quick guard pull for
us.
Andrew. Yeah, Josh Palmer, Hal Teague, Brandon McCarran on the call for you.
We are seeing history right here, gentlemen. This is the first ever tournament final with $1 million prize on the line. And both of these guys are going to be highly motivated to get that. Nicky Rod coming into this final match with 3 submissions in 3 matches. Felipe Andrew, 2 very hard-fought decision wins over 2 very big opponents in Dan Kirkvliet and João Gabriel Rocha in a submission against Ignacio Santos.
How often does someone like Nicky Rod face a similar-sized heavyweight with the kind of guard play that Andrew has?
Oh, wow, look at this. He's already sneaking around to the back.
And I think we could see a quick finish here.
Well, it's a good start from Nicky Rod.
The last thing you want to do is let Nicky Rod on your back when you're early in the match and you're dry. But nice
Rod.
Wow, you know, Felipe Andrew has an excellent switch. We've actually seen him use it a lot in the gi, but using it against the wrestler
he's trying
like
to go on the leg and he gets flattened here. That is the biggest scramble we've seen Nicky Rod have to do all weekend.
It is, and Nicky Rod, luckily, he has the wrestling answer to, you know, Felipe Andrew's counter switch right there. But it just goes to show that Felipe Andrew is very opportunistic and quite unpredictable, because I don't think, like you said, you know, in answer to your question, I don't think that Nicky Rod has faced many guys like Felipe Andrew, who's that combination of physical, technical. It's a dangerous opponent for him.
Well, there's not very many guys like Andrew that exist. He's a submission specialist. He's a killer with a crazy guard. You just don't see guys his size that can move with the speed, with the quickness.
But the speed there of the little footwork and the pummeling of the knee from Nicky Rod to slide out into the side control, that was really slick.
But check out how good Felipe is at framing with this elbow up into the collar of Nick, and that's how he stopped that back take just a second ago. He doesn't push, he's just sticky. He sticks that frame there.
Listen, Felipe is a veteran black belt. He's hit the podium at major tournaments, but the thing is, it's all in the gi. You know, and it's a very clear advantage to Nicky Rod in terms of the experience in the no-gi scene here. And Felipe Andrews said it after his semi-final match. He's like, you know, I want to make the gi great again. He thinks that the gi training can do you well in no gi, but this could show that that might not necessarily be true.
Yeah, and of course we say that Nick Rodriguez, only started training jiu-jitsu in 2018 up in New Jersey, but of course, he's got a decade of wrestling experience prior to that as well.
Grappling is grappling. Wrestling is such a great base. It's not that difficult to transition from one to the other, but a lot of what Nicky Rod does, like we're seeing here, is wrestling base.
Big roll through, trying to take the back here. He's got hooks, and if he gets a bite on the neck at all, this could be it. Nick Rodriguez with the big scrape for $1 million. He gets the job. Nick Rodriguez wins the Craig Jones Invitational. And for the first time this weekend, we see some emotion from Nicky Rod.
Nicky Rodriguez! He's jiu-jitsu's first competition millionaire! Listen to the Thomas and Max Center explode!
4 rear-naked jokes. Pay that man.
Listen, he was the most stoic of competitors here this weekend. In all 3 of his victories, he did not show any satisfaction. He was saving it all for this moment right here because his eyes were firmly on the prize. And he will go out of CJI making history. Like you said, Brandon, the first ever jiu-jitsu millionaire from competition.
Well, we're going to give him a second to get his heart rate down here. I mean, just all that emotion unleashed. And such a big squeeze. We've seen it over and over again. We saw it 4 times this weekend alone. Absolutely unstoppable in this over 80 kilo division. He came in as the #1 seed, and boy, did he deliver.
Ladies and gentlemen, leaving 1 minute and 32 seconds in that first round, it comes to an end. By submission, he is the winner and the $1 million over 80 kilograms CJI champion. Give it up for Nicky Rod. Nick Rodriguez.
Nicky Rod scratching out that final name and writing his name into the history books here at CJI, the winner of $1 million in the over 80 kilogram division. Craig giving him that cash, and he shows it to the people.
Enjoy it, Nicky Rod, enjoy it. That is history in the making. Let's see if he can get a word with Alex Wendling.
4 for 4 subs this weekend in the first tournament since becoming a father. I feel like getting this $1 million couldn't have come at a better time.
I'd say that the dad strength is real, most definitely. I gotta give thanks to everybody that supports me. Obviously, Craig Jones and Seth for putting this thing on. Shout out to my coach, Dima. Shout out to B-Team boys helping us out through and through. And shout out to God for making this happen. I appreciate everyone. But the only thing better than $1 million is $2 million. So let's do this. I want a bet match. Mr. Gordon Ryan. Because I know it in my bones that I'm the absolute best grappler on the planet. So let's do this, Bubba. My 1 million versus your 1 million. Winner take all bet match. Come get some, and let's do it live on B-Team Jiu-Jitsu YouTube channel. I'll see you guys there.
Congratulations, Nicky Rod with the crazy call out and $1 million.
Oh my God, what a call out. The $1 million call out by Nicky Rod. That was unbelievable. What an epic moment. What an epic moment. Woo. Nicky Rod walking off, making his way out of the alley with $1 million. Incredible.
Wow.
I mean, the atmosphere here is just so crazy.
I mean, guys, we get to do this again in about 5 minutes' time. And on top of that, we got 50 grand we're going to give out for the submission of the tournament. And we got 20 grand we're going to give out for most exciting fighter.
Listen, I'm just going to say something real quick. I've never seen a collective celebration as great as that. It almost felt like it wasn't just Nicky Rod winning that $1 million. It
felt like all
of us were sharing in that moment where everybody was celebrating for him. I'm sure the people around the world were equally as happy to see history be made here at CJI.
You know, I think whoever won, we were all just going to be happy for them. I mean, it's heartbreak for the other guy, and I know that over the course of the weekend, so many people have been posting online saying, man, I feel for the guys when they get knocked out. You see the heart as it's coming in, but wow, Nicky Rod. Boy, oh boy.
Man, honestly, I'm so happy for him. I would have been happy for whoever came out of here as the winner, but I gotta say, that was about as flawless a run from start to finish as you could have hoped for. I mean, 4 matches, 4 rear naked chokes against 4 very, very tough opponents. Nicky Rod, he didn't just get this through some kind of luck or gamesmanship. He earned it every step of the way.
And you know what was even better, what was even more flawless than his performance? The call-out. Was that one of the best call-outs of all time?
I mean, we'll see if it gets answered. I think it might get dodged, but we'll see.
We will see. We will find out.
Guys, just a reminder, look, you can donate with the QR code on your screen to the Fair Fight Foundation. You can buy some merchandise. You can absolutely buy a ticket next year. We're not able to make this possible without their support, or your support, should I say. We're donating to Tap Cancer Out, Academy Christos, several other important charities picked by tonight's athletes. We want to help spread jiu-jitsu, we want to help pay the athletes fairly, and we want to be able to keep doing this. So please, if you've enjoyed your entertainment this evening, scan that QR code on your screen and just give a couple of bucks. Any and everything helps. Right. That was a lot of fun. Let's do it one more time. Tell the tape.
Can't wait.
Under 80 kilos, Levi Jones-Leary, Cade Ruotolo. And guys, Cade Ruotolo came through just an absolute war in that semi-final against Andrew Tackett. He's got a very different type of opponent in Levi Jones-Leary.
Yes, he does. Yeah, I mean, Levi, one of the very most technical guys in this entire bracket. And, you know, Cade has not just $1 million in his sights, but there's also the element of revenge, right? He's got to get one back for the family.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is he's facing off against the best guard that we've seen all weekend in Levi Jones-Leary. Levi has proven to have basically an unpassable guard, and not just unpassable, but a guard that attacks, a sticky guard that puts his opponents in very precarious situations. And I think we may see him get off an attack here. And if he drags Cade down into the fire, he may have to break his leg.
Yeah, who knows what's going to happen with this one. Let's go ahead and hand out another $1 million. This is your under 80 kilo final. It's Levi Jones-Leary versus Cade Ruotolo.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight here in Las Vegas, Nevada, the time is now. The under 80 kilogram $1 million CJI championship fight. It'll be scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. Here we go first to the alley. He is the #1 seed in the bracket out of San Diego, California, out of Autos Jiu-Jitsu. Would you please welcome the 2022 ADCC World Champion? This is Cade Ruotolo. And now his opponent entering the alley. He trains out of Melbourne, Australia at Absolute MMA. He hails originally from Sydney. Would you please welcome, this is Levi Jones-Leary.
Patting himself on the back. Woo. Right.
It all comes down to this.
Australia versus America. for $1 million. The European and Pan American champion facing the reigning ADCC champion.
Oh man, and Cade is all the way across that alley very quickly.
I mean, we've seen that every match so far.
And look at the disdain. Look at the disdain on Cade. He has absolutely zero respect for Levi's strategy, but the thing is, it works. It's effective.
Yeah, well,
and look at that as he tries to pull out how sticky Levi's guard is. This is the problem, and this is why he's so eager to get to his guard so quickly.
Especially while they're not slippy, and he's got to show some respect. Oh! What defense.
That's what Cade thinks of Levi's best attacks.
Got to engage.
Just somersaults his way out of the crab ride.
Well, what Cade Ruotolo can't do is actually continue to back away, because that will count as a stalling warning against him. So he does have to engage this guard.
I mean, Cade does that, though. Cade's in and out. Cade is elusive. You know, that's kind of his style. He'll put on pressure, he'll back off. He'll put on pressure and repeat. And there's nothing wrong with that. You're right. He can't actively disengage and run away. That is potentially worth a penalty. But I don't think that's Cade's style, because he'll back out a little bit, but his style is very much go forward.
You know, the other thing you got to think about with this match, you look at what both these guys have had to come through on each side of the bracket. Man, both of them did not have a single easy match. It's just superstar after superstar that these guys had to decimate through. Deniz, Langeker, Tackett. On the other side, Jimenez, Ruotolo, and Barbosa.
Yeah, neither of these guys had an easy path to the final. I mean, we were kind of joking that this is like a super bracket or a group of death, but it really was one of the very best brackets ever assembled for this weight class.
The best.
The best. And, you know, to get to this stage, they had to fight their hearts out.
Now, we should also point out, and we didn't touch on it in the last match because it ended so quickly, but the finals are 5 5-minute rounds, not 3. So there is the potential for this one to go really deep.
And we can kind of see that on the pacing that Cade's approaching this with. We know that Levi's going to come out with this approach, and look at this sweep. Triangle choke by Cade Ruotolo.
Locks this one up quick. He's got a big squeeze.
Levi stepping over though, and he makes a great play. What an exchange there by these two athletes.
He's going to try and drop down onto a leg, but turns around Ruotolo. What a scramble. And listen, what great defense from Levi.
Levi really worked for that sweep, but he fell straight into a trap, and it just goes to show that Cade can fight from top or bottom.
Yeah, and you think on the scorecards, is it a wash? Does the submission attack count more than the sweep?
It 100% does. It 100% does. Cade is definitely in the lead in this match so far. Thank you to that triangle choke attempt.
I mean, that was a split-second reaction from being over. I mean, he almost had the angle that he wanted. Levi just did such a great job following the pressure, looking for the release of the tension.
He addressed it quickly, but look at the clamp that he has. The way that he's able to grab on to that lower leg.
I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, who else in the world can do this? It's just such a rare skill. It's beautiful jiu-jitsu.
Looking to work around that outside. Ruotolo controlling that opposite foot as well. And gets his posture compromised for a moment there.
Brings Cade down to a knee. Cade doing a good job. Got the right hand.
What an interesting grip on the leg that Levi has, and a back step over. Oh, he's got an entry in here. Good entry, going belly down on this.
Cade does a great job again, following following the pressure. Cade makes an entry, Levi follows. Levi makes an entry, Cade follows.
This is going to be an extremely technical set of exchanges across these rounds.
Cade cautious and stepping forward. Levi trying to tempt him into his very dangerous guard.
At the culmination of
sticky play again.
They're going to get in on the leg one more time.
And he's got a pretty good shot this time.
Yeah, trying to hold that knee line in.
Cade doing a pretty good job here. Oh my. Man, Cade is just so hard to keep a grip on.
And listen, Cade's going to need to be careful because time popped his knee just because of the leg entanglements in the very first round of his match with Levi yesterday. And it just goes to show that, as you said, Brian, Levi is so sticky, his entanglements are so tight. So even if it is not an actual submission threat or submission attack, that there's still pressure going through that leg and it's danger.
Yeah, there's wear, there's tear. Some of the angles these guys are hitting. Closing seconds of round number 1. It's going to be a tough decision for the judges here. And the scores are going to come in. We're going to let you know what they've decided after we see some replays. And kind of a really good feeling out round with plenty of action. Here's some of the replays. Talk us through it, gents.
Well, Levi made a really good entry, got those crab hooks in, and Cade just exploding with that, basically a backflip out of it. There's the big sweep right into the triangle choke, and this was so close to $1 million, almost $1 million triangle choke, but the shoulder was out. Levi follows it around the corner, ends up jumping immediately back onto his own entanglement.
And yeah, Levi addressed that really well, I gotta say. That was a flash submission attempt. It's kind of what the Ruotolos are known for.
Here are the scores from that first round. 2 judges have gone the way of Levi Jones Leary in that opening round for the submission off balances from the bottom position.
I don't agree with that. I'll say right now, and the crowd don't agree with that. I completely feel that that was the opposite way around.
A quick guard pull again from Levi here.
Cartwheel over the top by Cade Ruotolo.
Now, guys, I should remind all of you watching on the stream at home, we have 3 announcements coming your way at the end of this event. We're going to be awarding $50,000 for submission of the event, $20,000 for most exciting fighter, and then there's a third announcement that nobody will tell me what it is. So you're going to have to stay tuned if you want to find out.
It's going to be massive, I'll tell you that.
Do you know, or are you just playing with me?
No, but we've been told it's kind of like Marvel movie, you know, end credits kind of thing. It's like, you don't want to miss it because it's something important that's coming up, but that's as much information as we've been given.
So through the first minute here, again, some cagey guard passing attempts from Ruotolo. He's still got 4 rounds to play with here, so, you know, dropping that scorecard on two of the judges' panels.
The problem is that in order for Cade to pass the guard, he's going to have to get down there into the range that Levi Jones Leary loves to play in. Levi keeping him at bay for right now. As Cade steps around to the side, Levi's so good at following around the corner, using his inversions to maintain his guard.
You know, the good thing about this transparent scoring as well is that Cade's corner and Cade himself will know that he's down, so they know that he needs to get busy and actually do something to win this round. It's not like, you know, they feel like they won it. I felt that he won it, but if he, you know, if it wasn't transparent, he would probably come into this match and cruise and think, ah, it's no good.
Whoa, he stepped over the inside heel.
Forcing the rolls, and the judges are going to see that and know it's an intentional bit of defense.
Uses it to come up, and I think that was a great choice. It's a choice we haven't seen from Levi very much this week.
As you mentioned in his last match, how he didn't wrestle up and dump him.
Man, Levi almost wrestled up, but he drops back.
Well, listen, this is how... What's his other path to victory? He's going to get up and try to wrestle with Cade? That doesn't make sense. The guy's out here to try to win $1 million. He's going to stay in his A game, and you can dislike the strategy of it, but I guarantee that if Cade can't pass this guard, he's going to have to walk through these sticky entanglements over and over and over again, and I guarantee that if Levi comes up and tries to wrestle with Cade, he's going to get dropped on his head and get his guard passed.
You're right. He absolutely shouldn't be forced into a dynamic. He doesn't have to if it's his path to victory.
No, and Levi's done a great job of sticking to the game plan so far this weekend. There's absolutely no reason to change it when he is this close to winning $1 million. Second round of 5, just over 2 minutes remaining.
And I sort of feel like Cade is perplexed on how to deal with this guard. He hasn't gotten he's tried a couple of knee cuts, he's standing, changing sides, and he's found himself tangled up a couple of times.
Yeah, Cade, is incredibly opportunistic, right? And
on the straight full lock, Levi, straight full lock.
The one thing he doesn't do, he doesn't have like that methodical approach of trying to break the guy's guard, but he'll find a solution at some point, and it'll be as fast as any of us can imagine.
Well, Cade's best look so far has been when he got swept from Levi's guard.
Kind of crazy, right? To think that maybe Cade's path to victory is actually to play from bottom here.
Well, I think Levi Jones-Leary is making a strong statement here that he's one of the best guard players on the planet.
I remember talking to Joseph Jen about this, and he was saying that Lachlan's guard retention is just next level, and you know, Lachlan and Levi having trained together so closely recently, I'm sure that you know, Levi will have just augmented his already existing incredible guard game even more.
Well, this feels like some heavy pressure on top from Ruotolo now, moving into the last minute. And there hasn't been a hugely significant action from Ruotolo. Of course, Levi Jones-Leary forced that bit of significant defense earlier.
But he threatened to wrestle up. He threatened to sweep. He got a pretty deep leg, I guess, attempt at an entanglement. He had a bit of a tangle going. Never really a heel hook threat, but...
Yes, Levi.
Oh, late stage retention here.
And now he's slipping out the back.
Well,
toe holds him. He's got a bend in it, but no isolation on the leg.
Well, Levi Jones-Leary over the top now, trying to pull that leg through. Ruotolo's going to keep all that weight on that right leg, not let it get sucked forward into the closing 10 seconds here of round number 2. And guys, could we see the Australian go 2 rounds up here?
And he's got the leg entanglement again to close the round. I think they're going to score that one for Levi Jones-Leary again. I think he's going to find himself up 2 rounds to none here.
Well, the scores are going to come in. We'll let you know what they are in just a few moments. Replays from that second round.
Here it is. Gets him with that inside heel hook style position, passing around to the outside. Of course, Cade, I mean, he's no stranger to any of these positions. He famously won ADCC with that leg lock. Man, this is just insane sticky guard work here. And this looks like, I mean, look, he's putting a bend in the foot, but there's no isolation on the leg. I don't know that I would even consider that a real submission attempt.
Well, here are your scores, and this time it is unanimous across the board for Levi Jones-Leary, 10-9s. That means on 2 of the judges' scorecards, he is up 20-18. And on the 3rd scorecard, it's tied at 19 all.
The crowd did not like that at all. They were very vocal in displeasure.
Well, what is it that you think the crowd are not perceiving about the application of the scoring system here?
I mean, that's a great question, to be honest. I mean, I think that they feel the top guy has the advantage, right? And that they feel that Cade hasn't actually had to deal with any legit submission attacks. Submission entries, yes, but you're right. Under the criteria, it's who's initiating effective grappling action is going to be winning the round. Now, that doesn't necessarily need to be an active submission attack or threat, but even working towards it is enough.
Knee cut. And so it's about initiating effective action. Levi Jones-Leary, even though he hasn't been able to get into a deep footlock, he's initiated and gotten into leg entanglements.
BMAC, let me just double check the language there, because I believe it is effective initiation of action. A little bit different from...
I mean, semantics. For me, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
And from my perspective, if I were a judge, you know, that's how I would be looking at it. But the problem is that the thousands of people inside the arena here at the Thomas & Mack, you know, what they see is they see Levi Jones on his back playing guard. They see Cade Ruotolo pressing forward, you know, trying for those guard passes. And they see him backing out once in a while when his leg gets caught in a position. You know, they don't see it as close necessarily as our judges. They don't see the nuances in these positions and the micro details. But
Levi Jones-Leary with the off balance again here.
But you know, Cade has been working the whole time, but he hasn't initiated an effective guard pass. Even his offensive play, his triangle choke was a reactionary triangle choke.
Right, that's a really good point.
Oh, this is a little closer here.
And right now, I got to say, as we move through the middle portion of this 3rd round, the guard of Levi Jones-Leary is just a puzzle that Cade Ruotolo cannot seem to solve easily.
Well, I'll say this, though, that if Cade were just trying to pass the guard, then yeah, he probably would be ahead on points. But the thing is that Levi's firing off just like this. Levi is firing off attacks from bottom that are probably, like we said, more effective than Cade's attacks. So if Levi was playing purely defensive, then Cade would 100% be ahead on the cards.
Yeah, we don't score defense here at CJI. You know, the guard retention of Leary is not what's scoring him points. It's the fact that off those guard retentions, or even sometimes just initially, he's then hitting offensive actions.
Well, I mean, let's measure. Let's take an objective look at what is Cade doing. He's changing sides, he's getting a grip, and then he's backing out, and no grips. Now watch, he steps inside, he gets a little bit of a position, Levi recovers it, presses forward, tries to establish his own grips, and then Cade backs out again.
Now, it feels like this might be a little bit of a deeper pass position for him as he starts weighing heavy on that knee shield.
Free your bottom knee.
I gotta think Cade's frustration starting to show just a little bit. Levi giving him a hard time right here.
Finish strong, Levi. Finish strong. 1 minute 20.
And look, circling, making an entry, but every time he makes an entry, here goes Jones now setting a grip and getting into his game here.
Oh,
this is a nice play now by Ruotolo. Almost there, he's almost there.
On the leg drag for the first time. Can he secure a passing position?
Look at this, it's this smashed up passing position versus that underhook grip of Levi Jones Leary, and he recovers back.
Now, would you say that was good offensive action from Ruotolo?
Yes, I would. That was his strongest offensive movement so far, I would say. But even in the midst of that offensive movement, that underhook.
Right, there was
danger
there, right?
Yeah, which is why he's not still in that same offensive movement, why he didn't advance to another position.
30 seconds.
Levi's guard is one of the best in the world, and you can think, oh, I don't like to watch the guard play, but you got to be able to beat the guard play of Levi Jones Leary if you want to walk out of here with the win.
Well, Ruotolo motioned like he was going to fall back on a heel hook entry there, bailed out pretty quickly. We're into the final 15 seconds, and guys, this is another close round. Oh, again, in the closing seconds, potential entanglement for Levi Jones Leary.
Not quite there.
No, Ruotolo floating around on top.
That round a lot closer. I might be inclined to give that one to Ruotolo because I felt like he was going forward more in that situation.
Well,
but the problem is he's going forward, but nothing, he can't get anything going off of it.
Well, we'll see the scores come in very shortly. Replays from that third round here. We are going to move into championship rounds now. Rounds 4 and 5.
Yeah, that guard passing sequence at the end there, that had Levi extremely on the defensive.
Good action from Ruotolo, and we can confirm all 3 judges gave that round to the young man. So bearing a little closer, he's ahead on one of the judges' scorecards, 29-28. The other 2 judges, 29-28 in favor of Leary.
Wow, interesting to hear the crowd get behind Ruotolo like that when they hear that the judges have scored it in his favor. And they are so
the crowd do not like the guard play.
I think what's really going on is they love Cade Ruotolo. Yeah. So anything that's not going his way,
But the problem is they've been spoiled because they've had some amazing Cade Ruotolo matches.
Right.
And then, you know, especially after that match with Andrew Tackett, they want a barn burner in this final, and Levi is very smartly not taking that bait.
Well, they want him to be Andrew Tackett, and he's just not Andrew Tackett. It's not the same kind of player. They don't have the same kind of skill set. They don't have the same kind of strategy.
Andrew Tackett's one of a kind.
Well, and by the way, Andrew Tackett's on the sideline watching right now, and Levi Jones Leary's still out there with his strategy.
Exactly. Yeah, Andrew Tackett's, you know, he's going home with just $10,001, whereas Levi Jones Leary is in the running here and in the lead on the judges' scorecards.
Yeah, but Cade's starting to creep ahead a little bit, maybe, in the eyes of the judges.
Well, you can't fault the fight IQ, really, of either of these 2 men over the course of this weekend. But Ruotolo perhaps starting to knock the tempo up a little bit here.
Deep grip on that leg.
I mean,
underneath,
here's the thing.
K-guard in position.
It is a feeling out process as well, right? You get more rounds, you get more familiarity with the patterns, you start seeing what works a little bit more.
Here's an entry. It's just not there.
Again.
Do you think perhaps you would like to see Levi be a little bit more aggressive and assertive in putting some of these entanglements into play?
Well, he is playing reactionary in the sense that he's forcing Cade to come down into his world. But once Cade does come down into his world, then he's the offensive player. But the initial, I guess, initiation belongs to Cade, generally speaking, because he's looking, he's going side to side, he's hunting, he's coming forward. But when he comes forward, nothing is really developing for him. And as soon as he does come forward, the things start to develop for Levi. So it's a real clash, and it's hard to score. I don't know which way to take it. I'm just really glad I'm not a judge.
And I'll say
Nobody's
this as well,
yelling
that
at
I
me.
feel that Levi has been less effective with his leg entanglements in the last round than he was in the first couple. I mean, he's doing a good job of, you know, playing the positions. He's got great guard. He's spinning through. His guard rotation is on point, but we're not seeing those effective scoops into the K-guard or into the Ashies that we saw earlier in the match. So, you know, I do feel that momentum is shifting a little bit. So we see the off-balancing, we see the spinning, but there's no pressure on the legs like there was earlier.
Yeah, that's the first time he's forced Ruotolo in this round to actually sit to the mat, and he's possibly going to get on one here.
Cade's just too slick for that.
That's where you wonder if just a little bit more aggression, a little bit more meanness.
Cade with an Aoki. Cade had an Aoki there. Man, I'm just looking around on Matt's side. There are so many supporters for Cade, but also including many of the Atos teammates have come out. You know, in his corner, of course, Andre Galvao, Ty Ruotolo, Eric Paulson. But I'm looking around, I see Mike Perez, I see Lucas Barboza, I see many big names from World of Jiu-Jitsu.
This arena is absolutely packed to the rafters here.
Oh, here's a pretty good entry by Levi.
Moving into the final minute, he's got a good bite now. Oh, and heel slips.
He's not out of the woods yet, though. Still sticky on the back. Weaving through.
Well, again, he grabs hold of an ankle, tries to suck him back in, and easily slipped again by Ruotolo. Now, there's been a few sequences now where Levi Jones-Leary's got a little bit deeper. Ruotolo sitting through now. Has he put himself in danger?
See, Cade kind of, he's using a similar pattern of camping out in the guard right there. He seems to have figured out the safer spots to hang out in the guard, but the problem is then Levi will do this.
Oh, trying to come up on the back, but Ruotolo attacking the leg now, potentially.
There's no leg attack there. There's no leg attack there for Cade.
It's a knee crunch potential.
Yeah, it's the wrong position, the arms on the wrong side. Levi's basically in a leg drag.
Oh, time expires there.
It was a wrong side.
That is going to be a very, very tight round on the judges' scorecards.
I think they're going to go Ruotolo again on that one.
Well,
I think the momentum is shifting towards Ruotolo now.
We've got one more round coming your way. It is the 5th and final round as we look back at some of the replays from that 4th period.
Levi getting sticky, getting grips, but I feel, you said it, Howell, he's getting farther and farther away from meaningful entanglements as the fight progresses.
Yeah, Cade, I think, is
he's got him sussed out a little bit.
He knows Levi's patterns at this point. You know, he can shut them down earlier, and if he does get kind of drawn in, then he's not getting drawn in as deep, and it's easier to get out.
Round 4 scores in. They are all in favor of of Ruotolo, which means on 2 judges' scorecards we are tied at 38-38. And on the 3rd judges' scorecard, we have a 39-37.
Listen, it all comes down to this round. Whoever takes this round takes this match and takes $1 million. Cade actually does go to bottom, and I do feel that this is not a bad strategy.
I mean, we haven't seen a single bit of passing play, really, from Levi Jones-Leary the whole weekend.
But he can. He can play from top. He certainly can, but it's just, you know, the guard work has been so effective for him. It doesn't make sense to abandon his strategy. But look at the footwork. Look at the dynamic pummeling from Levi from top. The difference in the guard passing. Now we're finally getting to see Levi's top game.
Yeah, he's got a staple on that leg. Looking to work over the top now. How crazy that after all of this, it comes down to
leg drag.
This last 5-minute period for whom he's going to take $1 million home.
Hey, I'm saying that, you know what? Cade has had a taste of Levi's pressure. That's why he's immediately stood up. Levi's passing is no joke, and I think it's very smart now for Cade to give it a little go, but to go back to the game plan and to keep that pressure on, because, like we said, this last round is basically the decider.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to have anything left in your gas tank at the end of this 5 minutes, you might just be playing it a little bit wrong. I know they've got to be tactical. I know they've got to be very concerned, because a healthy respect for how fast either of these two can finish this bout.
Endurance is not an issue at all for Cade Ruotolo. He can keep going. Yeah, Levi's been playing a comfortable game as well, but
is it too comfortable? Really, that's the question.
Yeah, I mean, the question really is that who can make the more meaningful moves in this final round?
Yeah, and it's a philosophical question almost, like which of these, what do we actually value more in the sport? Is it the unpassable guard? Or is it the top game?
Trying to invert here. Ruotolo buries his head in as he tries to squirm to either defend or find a pass.
He sprawls all the way out of there. That was excellent defensive work. Now Cade starting to bury through. He's driving now.
His forward pressure is good for Cade Ruotolo. Yes. The judges are going to see this, and they're going to say he's the one doing the initiation.
And he is the one doing the initiation now. Got to watch this arm on the backside, and now he's got a big scoop grip.
Yep. Levi Jones-Leary hustling to try and get this, but a bit too much separation here. He tries to pull back through. Big sprawl from Ruotolo again.
Man, everywhere Cade Ruotolo goes, there is a leg in the way. Levi's guard is ridiculous. It's like he's got 8 legs.
In the final 2 minutes of the very first Craig Jones Invitational, the under 80 kilo bracket has absolutely delivered this weekend. With a shot in the corner of Cade Ruotolo, his brother Ty, along with Eric Poulsen and Andre Govau. And Howie, you made a good point in the build-up to this. Cade Ruotolo isn't just fighting for himself, he's fighting for his brother, who was knocked out of this competition by Levi Jones-Leary.
And the whole Ruotolo family are on the sideline screaming to just try and urge Cade on in this match, because they know there's more than just $1 million on the line. There is the historic element as well. You come out of here of CJI as the champion, your name is going to go in the history books. And that is what the Ruotolo is all about. Even though they're only 21, the legacy is so important to them.
Well, we're into the final minute now. A big inhale from the Australian, some leg pummeling from Ruotolo on top.
Man, okay,
let's see if one of these guys takes a risk here.
There is 1 minute left, and I got to say, this is Cade's round.
I think so too.
The pressure that he has put on.
The willingness to show the bottom game as well. He came out, he showed that he'll play either way.
Oh, we're now seeing some real intention on the face of Levi Jones-Leary, trying to pull this leg into a position.
Cade falling back on a leg.
40 seconds.
Oh,
it all comes down to this.
Possible backflip attempt. Smashing those legs down again.
We're seconds away from seeing who's going to come out of here with $1 million.
The crowd spurring them on here.
Cade's going airborne for sure.
Final 15 seconds.
Oh, almost turned the corner on that guard.
Time for one last attack. Ruotolo, I think he thinks he's done enough.
I think I have to agree with that.
I'm of the same opinion. I'm saying it right now. I feel like Ruotolo maybe took that one, but it's just our opinion. We'll see what the judges say in just a second.
Well, both guys on their feet. They each think they're going to take the victory here. Scores are going to come in shortly. And Craig Jones sitting here next to our commentary booth with a big, fat case of cash for the under 80 kilo champion.
You know, I think just as the match progressed, Levi got further and further away from deep entanglements. You know, like in the beginning, especially the first 2 rounds, Levi's guard was very sticky. He was getting into good positions, getting good looks, good entanglements. But as the match progressed, Cade's level of confidence just rose higher and higher. And Levi was just not able to progress as deeply into the entanglements. And then he started, especially in that 4th and 5th round, I felt like Cade really pushed forward.
Yeah, you saw that backflip attempt as well. Just initiating more of the action perhaps across that 5th period. But boy, did it come down to that 5th round. Even across the board at the halfway point of that match. Levi Jones-Leary with the early lead, momentum slowly swinging towards Cade Ruotolo. The question is, though, how did it end? We're just waiting for our MC to make his way back into the ring and make this announcement. And a reminder, we're also after this going to be giving out $50,000, $20,000, and some announcement that I'm not being allowed to say what it is, or even told.
I got the secret.
Oh, you do?
Maybe.
We'll see.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the final matchup for this evening here at the inaugural Craig Jones Invitational, we'll go to your 3 judges at Ali's side. Your first judge, Zach Maslany, scores the fight 49-46, while judges Johnny Souza and Miha Povehek both see it the same, 48-47. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the under 80 kilogram, $1 million CJI champion, Cade Ruotolo.
What a performance from Cade Ruotolo. The entire arena here on their feet. He heads over to celebrate with his brother, Ali's side. And look, he's been great on the mic all weekend. I can't wait to hear what he has to say about his experience here and walking away with $1 million.
History books.
Cade Ruotolo, congratulations. I spoke to your parents before your match, and I said, what are their thoughts about your final? And they're like, we just want to keep the momentum going. And you did just that, $1 million. How's it feel?
Oh, absolutely unbelievable. You know, there's very few moments that add up to moments like these. The ADCC, you know, the one, and this is right there with the $1 million. I mean, come on, I'm rich. No, I get it.
And we know you have a place out there in Costa Rica that you've been looking to build out, have surf jiu-jitsu camps. Is that where some of this money is going to go?
Oh, absolutely. The gym is finished. The gym's looking beautiful. We just need to build some cabinas for everybody to come stay, you know, so that's the next part. I'm just beyond psyched. It's coming together. Dreams coming true.
And your brother in the corner, I saw you give him a hug. Did he have a special message for you?
He just said, I'm so effing proud of you, dude. He was so stoked. Like as I was as well, you know. I said it in the yesterday. The only person tougher than me in this bracket is my brother. You know, he got injured in that first round of his last fight, and that wasn't even, you know, close to his potential. But I knew for a fact the only person that could really put me out in this division was my brother. You know, so it was epic.
Well, congratulations! A huge win, Cade Ruotolo, your under 80 kilogram champion.
Well, guys, one last chance. We've got a couple more awards to give out, remember. We'll do that in just a second. But one last chance. What are your thoughts on the performance of Cade Ruotolo. He was one of the top seeds coming into this. He's one of the guys that, you know, everybody said, hey, it could well come down to him and his brother, and he delivered.
It's not just memorable for the fact that he came out of here as the $1 million prize winning champion, but also the fact, the way that he did it. And that is just a reminder for that we have a special announcement coming up in just a minute. But just look at the guys that Cade Ruotolo beat en route to this prize. Matheus Diniz won by submission. Tommy Langacker, Andrew Tackett, and then Levi Jones-Levy in the final. That is just a murderous row of opponents, and Cade came out on top.
Yeah, and I think we came out with the right decision there. You know, kind of controversial in the opening couple of rounds, like how much are we really going to award this passive guard play? But the thing is, he doesn't have a passive guard. He just chooses to start from that position. So I feel like we ended up with the right result. I think the crowd, the chat, everybody watching online feels like we ended up with the right result. And we got another result for you right here.
Well, we've got, this is actually the second award we're going to hand out. We've got one to go first. So,
hide it.
Hide it.
Here, then. Okay. Keep the secret. We got a big
check.
Right
a very big check. Right. We have 2 awards to give out. The first one, it is Optimum Self Supplements, $20,000 for your most exciting fighter of the Craig Jones Invitational, and that is going to go to Andrew Tackett. Andrew Tackett, $20,000. You can see some of the replays of his performances. Hopefully we can find him in the arena here and actually tell him.
I mean, he definitely deserves it. That match with Cade, I mean, I really feel like that's the best grappling match that I've ever seen. I challenge you.
It is.
Find something better.
Find something better. There he is, most exciting grappler of the weekend, Andrew Tackett. $20,000 is yours, my friend.
Here he comes.
Get on your feet, Andrew Tackett. Let him know, young man.
Oh, fucking Christ. Right.
That kid's a star. He's got it all. Total package, man.
If that was not quite enough for you, we've got a big check here for $50,000, courtesy of our friends at Newtonic. And that is going to go to Lucas Kennard for his heel hook over Victor Hugo. Lucas Kennard, $50,000 from Newtonic is your prize. And here's a look back at it.
Lucas Kennard for the submission against Victor Hugo, the first round, inside heel hook. Absolutely monumental submission win. I mean, that was by far the biggest upset of the entire tournament.
Man, he came in on 2 weeks' notice, replacing an injured Mason Fowler.
And took out the #1 seed with a first round submission, and he's going to go home not just with $10,001, but with an additional $50,000.
I feel like he didn't quite realize until he got into the alley there that he's 50 grand richer. And
he had no clue.
James Smith and Chris Williamson from
so guys, for
Newtonic.
We had to pick the most exciting submission from the event. Lucas Kennard here from Sydney. He just qualified from ADCC only a few weeks ago. Not many of you would have known his name. When he came into the division, I was saying to my friends, watch the fuck out for this guy. In his first match, he didn't just upset everyone. He might have been a name you didn't know about before, but this is a name that you'll certainly know and remember from here on in. Lucas Kennard, $50,000 from Newtonic. Well done, sir.
Well, thank you very much to Newtonic for being such a gracious sponsor of this event. A round of applause, the crowd on their feet for Lucas Kennard and $50,000. I mean, look, he's walked away with $60,001. 2 guys, Nicky Rod and Cade Ruotolo, have taken home $1,010,001, and every other athlete in this tournament has walked away with a whopping $10,001 just for being part of this historic event.
Listen, the athletes have got everything that they wanted and more here this weekend at the CJI. They have been valued. They have been put on a pedestal like no other. They've had just the attention of the entire global grappling community, and they got paid.
They did indeed. Now, guys, let's think through some of the things that happened this weekend. It was absolutely phenomenal. The atmosphere talk to me about the atmosphere here in the arena. It's been absolutely electric all weekend.
It's been unbelievable. Like, there's been times when I've almost started to get emotional, like as I listen to the crowd and all the energy. I mean, they're not pouring the energy down on us, but I can feel the energy ripping down on top of us, and it's almost like watching a sports movie.
Wait, what's going on here, guys?
I don't know.
The lights have gone out. Something's happened. Whoa, what's happening here?
Guys, should we do this again? Most importantly, the after party is at XS tonight. If you bring your ticket, free entry. Let's do it, guys. CJI 2025.
Mic drop from Craig Jones, CGI 2025, coming your way. You know what? There's going to be lots to talk about this event over the coming days. We're going to let you enjoy the rest of your evening from Craig Jones, Seth Belial, and the whole crew here. Alex Wendling, Josh Palmer, Hal Teague, Brandon McCatherine. It's been our pleasure to bring you this event over the course of this weekend. We hope you enjoyed it. We hope you enjoyed jiu-jitsu, and we hope a few new fans were picked up along the way.
Throw Seth into the pit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please go enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll see you next year.